Okay, folks, my computer is showing that it's 10 a.m., regardless of what might be indicated on the clock. But anyways, I appreciate your desire to visit with one another. But anyways, we're going to call this meeting to order. The Douglas County Board of County Commissioners for March 2nd, 2023. And I will make note that we have 4 commissioners in chambers, and Commissioner Rice is snowed in Lake Tahoe and will be joining us via Zoom today. So at this time, I'll call the meeting to order once again and say that please silence all of your electronic devices so that we don't interrupt speakers. And please, at this time, stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Take off your covers if appropriate for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Dan.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. In the absence of Commissioner Rice in person today, I've asked Commissioner Noasad to run the timing machine, so he'll be doing that today for us. Thank you. Public comment. So I want to start this by saying that it troubles me that I have to read this into the record because these points that I'm going to read should be pretty obvious and normal protocol and normal behavior of anybody, whether it be the public or us. So once again, it troubles me that I do that, but I do need to read this into the record so that it's official. Forum restrictions on orderly conduct of business. The Board of County Commissioners conducts the business of Douglas County and its citizens during its meetings. The presiding officer may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks, or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from commenting should not occur. The viewpoint of a speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. So I hope that's clear to everybody. Going into public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and, again, at closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. So at this time, when you approach the podium, we ask you to print your name so that we can get it clearly into the record, state your name, and then your public comment, your time will begin when you start speaking. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Is there any public comment here in chambers?
Good morning. Glad everybody's being safe out there. I'd like to thank the Public Works Department, the sheriffs, anybody that's having to deal with the extraordinary weather problems we're having. I do have one question, and I will do it as a sidebar, but I don't know if anybody else is having similar issues. I live in a cul-de-sac. I have people, I have no sidewalks. I have people parking on the streets so the equipment can't get through. I don't want to bother the sheriff to department. We can talk to them. They don't care. They say, whatever. And I know we don't do signage here like they do in Tahoe for certain months. It's just prohibiting our public works people getting through doing an efficient job. Again, I just want to bring that up. I know it's extraordinary, and we need to live with it. I'd also like to thank staff for answering when offices are closed. It's really not necessary. I think it's a kudo to our community and the people that live here. I know at times I ask for things to be updated, and I know we have to get to them eventually. I just like to see consistency in our websites, and people seek me out as a source for information when there's some confusion, and when I find something and a disparity, I'm sending off notes. So thank you again for everything that everybody's done during this extraordinary weather event.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Is there an additional public comment here in chambers?
Jim Slade. I'll try again. At your January 17th meeting, you made appointments to the Planning Commission. At your meeting 2 days later, I started my opening comment by saying that I wasn't all that disappointed at not being reappointed, and that it was somewhat of a relief. At your meeting of February 16th, I started my comments by saying that the board could appoint whomever they wanted to these positions. In both cases, the vast majority of my public comments were made regarding the knowingly false statements made by two commissioners. Commissioner Arkanian, you stated, quote, "It's long past due to get someone from Lake Tahoe to represent the planning board, and them not having some representation would be misfortunate," unquote. Yet you knew that Mr. Walder was a planning commissioner and that he lives at the lake, as you later admitted. Your claim that what you meant was that Mr. Bruno was the only applicant from the lake was not at all credible. Finally, at the last meeting, you said, quote, "I do apologize for my misstatement. It was wrong. Good for you." Unfortunately, just prior to that, you made another false statement saying, "I keep saying that your statement was what caused me not to be reappointed." That is completely untrue. I have never said anything like that, and I defy you to find any such statement. Now you owe me an apology for making that false statement. Commissioner Rice, you stated, quote, "I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian. It's about time that we had somebody representing Lake Tahoe on the Planning Commission. You too know that Mr. Walder is a planning commissioner and he lives at the lake, yet you continue to stonewall this issue. Why do you refuse to apologize for your lie to your fellow commissioners and the public? Was your lie just to try to get your chosen candidate appointed to the PC? Have you no sense of decency, sir? You should either apologize for your knowingly false statement or resign for your failure to exhibit any semblance of integrity as called for in the county's mission statement and values shown here on the wall." Chairman Gardner, your response to my comments last meeting was that you didn't care where the candidates lived, but that was not relevant to the real issue. You knew that the two commissioners had made demonstrably false statements. Why didn't you correct the record as soon as possible, at a minimum, before any votes were taken? But you didn't. As we all heard last meeting, Commissioner Hales had forgotten that there was already a planning commissioner from the lake until after the vote. Yet you waited until all the appointments were made before correcting the record. That was disappointing, and you too should apologize to the public. The public expects honesty and accountability from their elected officials. The other board members deserve that as well. Anything else, anything less, is unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Since no additional public comment, Ms. Johnson, I wasn't sure who was exactly running. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have two individuals with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have opening public comment at this time? Mr. Ingles, do you have opening public comment at this time? Mr. Ingles, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please state your name
Okay.
for the record, then we'll start your time.
John Engels, Gardnerville. Last meeting, chairperson, chairman of the board excitedly told everybody that he and the vice chair went to the NACO convention. I don't know where it was, Washington, D.C. or somewhere. I've always questioned the value of this organization. I never went to a NACO meeting, and I didn't think it was right that I should spend taxpayer money for both everybody to go and my wives and stuff and go have nice dinners and all that. And that was probably about a $10,000 trip. Secondly, you all committed to $600,000 for the microtransit up at the lake. Lou Feldman came down here, gave a sales pitch, and you all bought it hook, line, and sinker. That's a lot of money. The other thing that the chairperson talked about excitedly is that at the NACO convention, they met Jackie Rosen. Jackie Rosen is a Democrat, and she doesn't care much about these Republican rubes here in Douglas County, unless you got a lot of juice. And I'm sure that Vice Chair Rice and Chairman Gardner don't have $100K to lay down on her to get her attention. She just gave you lip service. The other thing is, while you're having fun back there at that convention, the sheriff's department are banging out radio calls in this snow and tough weather we've been having. We owe them a contract, a new contract that's been messed with since August of last year. The chairperson wanted the job of the chair. He's got it. And this is the bully pulpit. It's high time that you get this resolved for the sheriff's department. We need them more than we need you. And there's a recall going on to get you out of office. Done.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment on?
Thank you, Mr.
Mike.
Chair. Marcia Johnson, for the record, I do have one more person with their hand raised. Anthony, do you have opening public comment at this time?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
It's Anthony Spatucci with the Oliver Park General Improvement District up here in Lake Tahoe. Sorry, I can't make it down there, and this is about an item that you have on the agenda today, so I do have to go back to snow removal, hence why I'm bringing it up. But I would like item number 10 on the consent for items today, which is about the Tahoe Beach Club subdividing into more condo spaces. I would request and really hope that we can table that for 60 days to revisit this, because I'm new on the board and everything they do has a major impact on our GID here. And it's actually had a negative impact so far. We've had money taken away from us for them when they got sent to the RDA2. So we're not getting money from them, and all the construction vehicles that they're bringing down is actually destroying our roads. So it's not the traffic from the people that live here that are doing it, but these giant trucks they're bringing in, everything else. This is ruining everything, and then we're footing the bill for it. So we need to redevelop or revisit everything that's happened with them. We need to review the developer agreement to find out what impacts they've had on our roads and things like that. And with the type of traffic that it's bringing onto our roads, because it's increased by a tenfold, and not in a good way. Speeding, people just not caring about anything, just trying to almost run people over. They just don't care what's going on. We need to have some accountability with them and have it where they are contributing to either road repairs or anything else that can help out the GID. We're the smallest in the district, from my understanding, so I apologize if I'm wrong. Again, this is like my third month on it, so I'm learning as I go, and I'll be happy to be corrected by any of you on any of this. So we do need to look at the performance of what they've done. We need to definitely review the developer agreement with them to find out, because I don't know why they weren't required to repair these roads. When somebody planned this, how did they not say, oh, you're going to bring a bunch of trucks? Maybe you're going to destroy an already destroyed road, and they don't have to foot the bill. We do. So something has to get done about that. So please table that item. Do not do anything on that, at least for 60 days. It's not going to hurt them. It can go back, and we need to be consulted in the GID about it. We're going to have a meeting soon, so I do invite everybody to come to that, and this way we can discuss it, and I'm going to learn more about it too, as I am today. And that's mainly the big thing. So again, please do not do anything on item number 10 regarding the beach club, because it's only going to have negative impacts on us down the road. And that's how it goes. One other item before I'm cut off. I don't know what my time is. You guys need to do something about the parking garage up here. Everybody's using it for storage. If nobody does anything about it, I'm going to use it for storage too. It's great. It's free
Thank
storage
you.
up here.
You've exceeded your 3 minutes.
Okay.
I hate to cut you
No,
off.
oh no, you're all good. I couldn't see, so
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Thank you. Mr. DeGelder, I saw you get up. Did you have additional public comment here? Okay, then please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tim DeGelder, your Douglas County Public Library Director, and I just want to take a minute to introduce Alex Woods. Alex came to the library. Alex Wood came to the library last September, and he grew up using the library, loving story time, enjoys reading. Alex needed to do an Eagle Scout project to earn his Eagle Scout, and he wanted to do something with the library. So Alex and I were talking, and one of the things that I really want to do in our community is get more books out into the kids' hands. If the kids have books in their hands, they will definitely read them. So there's something called the Tiny Free Library. I don't know if you know what that is. You can put a library box somewhere in your community, and you can put books in it, and you can grab one, take one. We decided that we were going to try a new project, and we were going to try to put a Tiny Free Library box in front of each elementary school. And my ultimate goal is to maybe put a Tiny Free Library box in front of each daycare. Then Alex and I were talking, what if people in the community like doing laundry or maybe at the food closet, something like that. So what Alex did was he installed Tiny Free Library box in front of C.C. Manilli School, and he also put library reading shelves at Mr. Bubbles' laundromat. So it is the kickstart of our Tiny Free Library project in Douglas County, and we just wanted to give Alex some recognition for working with the library and sharing his love for literature with the kids. So Alex, we appreciate, if you guys want to ask Alex anything about his project?
Sure. Sure. I'd enjoy hearing from you, Mr. Wood. So I'm going to call you Alex, okay?
All right.
Don't be shy. Go ahead.
Tell him about the project.
What should I say?
Tell him what you enjoyed doing. He's a little shy.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry, I don't know what to say, really.
Did you enjoy doing the project?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
It
well,
was
I've never
really-
known an Eagle Scout to be shy, so please, if you want to get that Eagles, please.
It was actually a lot less than I thought it would be to build the boxes. I thought it was going to be a lot more, effort to build them, but it wasn't really. It was actually pretty easy with all my members of my troop were graciously willing to help me even out in the snow when it was like blizzard conditions a couple days ago, digging a post hole so we could install the outdoor little free library. And it was very rewarding giving back to sort of the community and the library. And
How close are you?
what?
How close are you to the Eagle?
More than 90%. I'm actually going up today to do my final Board of Eagle review with the council.
Very good. I'm an Eagle Scout. I got mine a decade ago, almost. 1965 is when I got my Eagle. So at that time, I was the youngest Eagle Scout in San Diego County Council that year. So anyways, I congratulate you on continuing your pursuit of that. There is one thing that I would like to see the Boy Scouts do, and maybe you could take this on as a project, Alex, is can you turn your right shoulder towards us?
What?
Can you turn your right shoulder towards us? Okay. You see that flag? That flag, and the Boy Scouts have done this, I'd really like to see you pursue getting that flag reversed, because the blue field is always supposed to be going forward. And people in the military know that, right, Miss Bergens? That's right. So I've noticed that about the Boy Scouts of America, is that they have the wrong flag on that right shoulder. And so maybe you can pursue that as well. That would be one heck of an Eagle project, but this is also good for our community. So thank you and congratulations, and we look forward to having you as an Eagle. So. Now, I did say in my opening remarks that we're not supposed to clap, but in this case, clapping is appropriate, so I don't have any issues with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Okay, well, then I wanted to address a couple of things. First of all, Mr. Slade, I thought I had done this properly at the last meeting, but if I haven't, I will clarify it, okay? I thought I did apologize to you and the public for not correcting the record of Kurt Walder's residence in the Tahoe Township and as a member of the Planning Commission. I thought I had identified that prior, but if I did not, I want to correct the record and make sure that that's on the record, is that perhaps I should have, I failed to acknowledge that fact before we took the vote. And as I said at the last meeting also, unless it's required by statute, when an individual comes before this board for appointment to any of our committees, I do not look at their geographical location. I don't want to base their selection based on geographical location, but rather on their attributes that they're going to bring to that board. So I hope that satisfies your questions in regards to my comments. Okay, thank you. As far as the situation at Oliver Park, we do have a parking restriction during the winter months, I suppose, but I know that they're interested in having us take a look at continuing that effort year-round. So, Mr. Ritchie, I don't know if we can take a look at that particular item and see if maybe that code needs to be brought before us to continue that effort year-round. But can you?
If I may, Chairman?
Sure.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. The Board of County Commissioners can certainly enact an ordinance that would modify parking. Historically, though, the board has requested that the GID, Board of Trustees, make a recommendation to this board before the board takes any action. So it might be appropriate to reach out to the Oliver Park GID, see what their body would like done, and then proceed from that point, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Cates, you had a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. For the record, Patrick Cates. The gentleman who spoke, I would ask that he contact my office. There's obviously a lot of things he doesn't know about the Beach Club and Oliver Park and RDA 2 and parking. Would be happy to discuss that with him and kind of get him up to speed, and maybe we can move forward. Thank you.
Very good. I hope that Mr. I don't know his last name. It's Sarducci, or I'm not exactly sure what it is. Mr. Anthony, if you could please, I hope you're listening and can respond to that to the county manager's office. So with that, I'll bring this. If there's no additional public comment, we'll go into the rest of the agenda. So sensing that is the case, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda.
Mr. Chairman, in reference to the consent calendar,
As we get to those items, we can, we'll
Is that
pull
where you
those.
are?
Yeah, so the agenda as presented, basically. Yeah,
all right. I move we accept the agenda as presented.
okay. So motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the agenda as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. Approval of the previous minutes, discussion to approve the draft minutes of January 17th, 2023 special meeting and the January 19th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the draft minutes of January 17th, 2023 and January 19th, 2023 as presented. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. At this time, we will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. I would make note here that Sheriff Dan Coverly sits as a member of the Liquor Board, so any actions will require or have 6 votes available, not 5. So at this time, item number 1 for possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Vice President and General Manager Ann Williams to the existing on-site unrestricted retail, package retail, and caterers liquor license with entertainment endorsement with a non-restricted gaming license for Premier Entertainment Tahoe LLC, DBA Bally's Lake Tahoe. Ann Williams has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Bally's Lake Tahoe is located at 55 U.S. Highway 50, State Line, Nevada, 89449, now being presented by Administrative Captain, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Joe Duffy. And welcome to...
Yeah, thank you. Captain Joe Duffy with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This applicant has met all the requirements for the Sheriff's Office, and we are not in objection.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Duffy in this regard? I saw Coverly lean forward, so I thought maybe he had a question. Okay, no other questions. I would remind the public, when we get into these liquor board items, what we're doing is we're looking at whether or not the applicant themselves meets all the requirements, not whether or not we're going to open up another liquor store or whatever else it is. Okay, we're looking at the acceptability of the applicants. So I will, at this time then, this is an action item, so we'll go to the public comment at this time. Is there any public comment regarding this item? Sensing none here in chambers, is there any, Ms. Johnson, is there any online?
Thank you, Mr.
public
Chair.
comment?
Marsha Johnson, for the record, I do have one person with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on Liquor Board Item 1? Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on Liquor Board Item number 1? There's no response. So at this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions or any questions, I guess? We haven't had other questions. Any questions? Sensing no questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the addition of Vice President and General Manager Ann Williams to the existing on-site for Bally's Lake Tahoe as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that we approve the addition of Vice President and General Manager Ann Williams, excuse me, to the existing on-site unrestricted retail, package retail, and caterers liquor license with entertainment endorsement.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, second by Commissioner Hales to approve the addition of Vice President and General Manager Ann Williams to the existing on-site unrestricted retail liquor license for Bally's Lake Tahoe as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. We'll go to item number 2. Mr. Duffy. Item number 2. So for possible action, discussion to approve the addition of Gag Group Coeur, I hope I've got that somewhat close, to the existing package retail liquor license for Shahal Brothers Incorporated, DBA Carson Country Market. Mr. Coeur has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Shahal Brothers Incorporated, DBA Carson County Market, is located at 924 Micah Drive, Unit A, Carson City, Nevada, 89705. Captain Duffy.
Yeah, Mr. Coeur has met all the application requirements, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection.
Once again, any questions from the board? Okay, it's an action item, so we need to go to public comment.
I would ask that the record reflect that the doing business as is Carson County Market, not Country Market.
Oh, okay. I've misread it. You're right. Thank you for the correction. Okay. So let the record reflect that. Anyways, any public comment on this item? Sensing none here in chambers. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I did want to make one comment, and that is that, this says Carson City, Nevada. However, the problem, this is in Douglas County, and I need to make sure that that's clear in the record. We have a section of our county that gets their mail from Carson City, and therefore they have Carson City mailing addresses, even though they reside in Douglas County. We incur the same issue in Topaz Ranch Estates, where we get our mail from Lyon County, and so we have a Wellington address, mailing address, but I just want to make sure that it's understood that we are not approving things that are in Carson City. So based on that, I'll entertain a motion to approve this agenda item as presented.
I move approval of this item.
I second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to approve the addition of Jag Group Coeur, DBA Carson County Market, located at 924 Micah Drive, Unit A, Carson City, Nevada, 89705. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Did I say 6-0 the previous time? I should have. Let the record be corrected, please, that Sheriff Dan Coverly did vote in the approval of item number 1. So my oversight, and I apologize. Item number 3 for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site retail unrestricted liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Purple Sasquatch Party LLC, DBA The Moose and Squirrel, represented by owner Stephanie Messler. Stephanie Messler has signed a waiver of notice of hearing. The Moose and Squirrel is located at 1302 Langley Drive, number 4, Gardnerville, Nevada, 89460. Captain Duffy.
Captain Joe Duffy of the Sheriff's Office. Stephanie Missler has met all the application requirements, and the Sheriff's Office is not in objection.
Once again, any questions for Mr. Duffy? Captain Duffy? Okay, we'll go to public comment. Any public comment here in chambers regarding this? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the on-site retail unrestricted liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Purple Sasquatch Party LLC, doing business as the Moose and Squirrel, represented by owner Stephanie Messler.
Second.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Noah, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve the on-site retail unrestricted liquor license and entertainment endorsement for Purple Sasquatch Party as presented by owner Stephanie Messler. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, Captain.
Thanks, sir.
Appreciate it. Okay, at this time then, we'll adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners and go to the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item A and tabling of item H.
So moved.
Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noah to approve the consent calendar as presented, minus A that will go to the administrative agenda and H which will be tabled. Any discussion in that regard? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay. So we will then proceed to the administrative agenda. And on this item number 1, Ms. Nadine Jenkins is once again not available today, I guess. So we'll delay that. I'm going to do these proclamations, item 1, 2, and 3, before we bring forward the item A of the consent, so that folks that are here for those proclamations can proceed with their day. So at this time, we'll go to item number 2 on the administrative agenda for presentation only, ceremonial presentation of proclamation 2023P-019, a proclamation recognizing 30 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by Chief Probation Officer Mike Torres, and I'm going to come back down to the podium to do that. So, and is Ms. Morris here also for? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Okay, so I will read this proclamation into the record, and then we'll have Ms. Morris come forward and say a few words if she wishes. I'm also going to invite Sheriff Coverly to come also to say a few words, and then I know that my previous activities with Chief Probation Officer Mike Torres, he never has a failure to say a few words. So, okay, and I'll refrain from putting you on the clock then for 3 minutes. Okay. I don't think you've ever been able to say your name under 3 minutes, right? So just an observation, you know. So, okay. Oh, and I guess Judge Gregory, did you want to come forward also to be involved in this? I hardly recognize you with your, what is it? And Judge Todd Young also. Is this a trend that I'm seeing in the courts? What about East Fork Justice of the Peace? Is he doing the same thing? No? Okay, very good. I don't think Cassandra Jones would have been able to do that, right? So anyways, just a little levity, folks. Proclamation, Douglas County Board of Commissioners, Proclamation 2023 P-019, recognizing Mike Torres for his dedicated service to Douglas County. Whereas Mike Torres served 30 years with Douglas County, 13 years with the China Spring Youth Camp Aurora Pines Girls Facility, and 17 years with juvenile probation, 37 years total in juvenile services, with 7 years at rite of passage before becoming employed with Douglas County. Whereas Mike Torres began his career in Douglas County as a youth counselor at the China Spring Youth Camp in 1993. Mike was promoted to Youth Counselor 2 in 1997 and promoted to supervisor in 2002. Whereas Mike Torres established a screen printing program and created the China Spring Youth Camp logo that is still used today. Whereas Mike Torres became one of the first wrestling coaches for the boys program at China Spring Youth Camp. This team traveled and competed against other NAIA high schools. Mike also helped at least 2 youth compete at the Reno Tournament of Champions wrestling tournament. And whereas Mike Torres also started a mountain biking program for China Spring Youth Camp with equipment donated by the Kiwanis Club. There's a spelling error there. We're going to have to correct that. Okay. Mike assisted the youth in rebuilding the bikes that were then used to ride throughout various trails in the Carson Valley, whereas Mike Torres created the intensive supervision program for the China Spring Youth Camp. This program specifically targeted youth that were struggling to successfully complete the program. It brought the youth and their families together with camp counselors to create a path for the juvenile to achieve success. And whereas Mike Torres was hired by the Juvenile Probation Department as a senior juvenile probation officer in 2006, Mike assisted with the outdoor behavioral health program and implemented the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens program, which is still in practice today. And whereas Mike Torres was then promoted to Deputy Chief Juvenile Probation Officer in 2015 and appointed Interim Chief Juvenile Probation Officer in 2021 and officially appointed to Chief in 2022. And whereas Mike Torres was instrumental in identifying a new juvenile database to streamline case management and capture data more effectively to assist with juvenile justice reporting as mandated by the state of Nevada. This system is now in use by numerous juvenile probation departments throughout the state. And whereas Mike Torres has not only worked for Douglas County for 30 years, but throughout his career has also spent at least one Sunday each month volunteering his time to provide church service to the youth at the China Spring Youth Camp Aurora Pines Girls Facility. And whereas Mike Torres recognized the need for improved training within the Juvenile Probation Department and Juvenile Detention Center, with that, he has consistently provided training opportunities for both departments, allowing them to better serve the community. And whereas Mike Torres has provided a level of structure in the Juvenile Probation Department, he has provided regular encouragement to both the juvenile probation staff as well as the Juvenile Detention Center detention staff. He has laid the foundation for continued growth of the Juvenile Probation Department and Juvenile Detention Center, always with the future and well-being of the employees and the community in mind. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, Mike Torres is recognized for his commitment and dedication to Douglas County for his multiple years of service. Adopted this second day of March 2023, Board of County Commissioners, and I'm proud to have signed this as the chairman, and Ms. Bergens has also attested to that. So Mr. Torres, thank you once again for your 30 years of service. And was that, okay. Oh, okay. I was thinking that was, I didn't see you behind me. I thought that was from the county also to Mr. Torres. So, Mr. Torres, here's this. And we would like you to have a Douglas County flag. And then, Ms. Morris, would you like to say a few words? And the others are welcome to do so as well.
I won't be long-winded. That is not my thing. And I didn't know I was going to have to speak. So I just want to say that I have worked with Mike for so many years. And not only has he been a great supervisor for me in our department, but he's also been a great friend. And first and foremost, that's really what's most important to me about Mike. He has just provided encouragement and many opportunities for a venti latte, which is what we would call it. and we just basically him just being there for me to vent, essentially. And I just appreciate his leadership for our department. He's really just been a huge asset to Douglas County, and I'm super proud of him, and I'm excited for the next chapter and thrilled that he is my friend. So thank you so much. Thanks, Mike.
Whoever wants to go next.
So, congratulations. It's good to make it right to the end. Mike is a great example to me, and some of the things that I think that make him was so good as a juvenile probation officer and such a great example to the youth is he's a wonderful husband and a great father. And just an awesome example to those young people in our community who have, maybe stumbled a little bit and made a mistake. And Mike helps them get back on track. And I can think of countless examples of young men and women that maybe had some discussions in his office and are doing phenomenal and are just wonderful people today. So you got some big shoes to fill. And you've done a great job with our kids here in the county, and I can't thank you enough for that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheriff.
So Sheriff Coverly did indicate that Mr. Torres' wife is here also, so we'd like to invite her to please join us, because this is obviously one of our unsung heroes. The wives or the spouses of our officers is important to us. So without their support, they wouldn't be able to do their job. So anyways, I want to make sure she got the proper recognition as well. Thank you so much for your sacrifice.
I'm happy that Nazer joined us here. Mike Torres has been an absolute staple here in Douglas County, but his whole family has. And so I'm just so appreciative of what they've done. I'm going to tell you one fact about Mike, and that's it, but it'll tell you everything you need to know about his character. Tomorrow is Mike's last day as a county employee. Mike has already signed up to be a Douglas County volunteer. And by the way, they required that he get fingerprinted for that. But seriously, that tells you all you need to know about him. Mike, I thank you for your years of service.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks.
What you hope when your children need help is that they will encounter someone wise and kind and decent. And that's exactly who Mike Torres has been his whole career. And he's taken in other people's children to guide them. And they were very fortunate. My son was one of those. And I was delighted that he had the opportunity to work with Mike.
Thank you, Judge.
We won't bother to, we won't use the timer on this, Commissioner Nosad.
I just want to say thank you. And I moved to Douglas County from Vallejo, California in 1981, and have raised my family here in Douglas County. has been a wonderful place to raise a family, to live, and to work. And I've been really blessed to have the opportunity to work in the profession that I've been in, with working with kids that maybe aren't making the best decisions, and hopefully through our influence help them to think about things and redirect themselves to be productive members of our community. Since I started in '83, there are a lot of adults that are grandfathers, grandparents that I worked with when they were kids and stuff. I always joke that I started out as a wise guy, but hopefully I end as a wise man. So, but through the opportunity and the people that I've worked with, and especially this last couple of years as Chief of Juvenile Probation in Douglas County, it's really been our team of probation officers, Tammy, the judges. I want to thank also county managers, county manager in the office, and finance, and HR for all of the help and guidance that they've given me, and the Sheriff's Department also. They're the first responders who handle these cases up front, and they do a lot of work that helps us with our cases. And I do know that I'm leaving it in good hands, and I'll still be involved. As Judge said, I've signed up as a volunteer, and hopefully I pass the background check, and to continue to work with juvenile probation with the outdoor intervention program. So it's been a great 30 years. She's excited. Yes. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, guys.
Do you want to come over here and kind of balance it out a little bit? See, boys.
I don't know where to look.
No.
Sure, that'd be great.
Yes.
Yes. You can go back on this. I'll keep this. Tammy, do.
Oh, you just gotta hold. Okay. All right. Oh, I'll try.
And Mike, if I had known that this was going to be a retirement, I would have tabled this item for another 10 years. Okay. So we appreciate the tremendous job you did, and I'm very happy. All your activities that you've done at China Spring, of course, it's been a very difficult last couple of years, and we're anxious to see the state budget pass that will restore full funding to China Spring. Is that right, Mr. Cates? Yes, okay. So hopefully that'll happen. Okay, that's very important for Douglas County. So with that, we'll go to the next item, proclamation. Ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2023P-014, a proclamation recognizing Terry Palmatier. Okay, Palmatier, 22 years of dedicated volunteer work to Douglas County, and that's being presented by, I'll be reading that into the record, and Judge Gregory and will assist us as that as well. Okay, so this one isn't quite as long. So, but then again, she's only had 22 years. So, right? So, okay. So you have some time, yes, to expand this. Okay, Proclamation 2023P-014, recognizing Terry Palmatier for her 22 years of dedicated volunteer service to Douglas County. Whereas in March 2001, Terry Palmatier, yes, I'm going to have to read that all the way down this thing. Okay. Terry Palmatier became sworn volunteer for court-appointed special advocates, also known as CASA, whereas CASA serves children in Douglas County who are at risk for or who have been abused or neglected and are involved in the court system through no fault of their own, whereas Terry Palmatier has advocated for the best interests of dozens of children during her time as a volunteer in Douglas County, whereas Terry Palmatier has volunteered thousands of hours to advocate, mentor, and be a role model to the children in Douglas County, whereas Terry Palmatier was responsible for training new CASA volunteers for over 10 years, trained every CASA volunteer for Douglas County, whereas Terry Palmatier was a founding member of Austin's House, the first and only emergency children's shelter in Douglas County, and whereas Terry Palmatier served on Austin's House Board of Directors in every capacity between its inception in 2004 until 2019, including 1 year as the director, whereas in 2017, Terry was nominated for the Governor's Points of Light Volunteer Award for her volunteer service to Nevada, and whereas to this day, Terry is actively volunteered for CASA of Douglas County, continuing to make a difference in the lives of children. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, Terry Palmatier is recognized for her commitment and dedication to Douglas County for her 22 years of volunteer service, adopted this second day of March 2023, which I have proudly signed and being attested by Clerk Treasurer Amy Bergens. So, Terry, congratulations. And do we have Judge Gregory and Judge Todd Young? And okay, please.
Good morning. I'm Leanne Wagner. I'm the manager of the Core Advocacy Programs, which is CASA and SAFE of Douglas County. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the commissioners for recognizing Terry for her 22 years of volunteerism for the children of Douglas County. Of course, I think the CASA program is an integral part of the most vulnerable kids in our community, and we could not have a program if it wasn't for our community volunteers. And so thank you for taking a moment to recognize her this morning. And I'll turn it over to our judges.
Thank you. Again, I'm Judge Young, and CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocates. And advocate is a minimal way to describe Terry. She is fierce. She is an absolutely fierce advocate for children. And these are children who have been abused or neglected or abandoned. And Terry may seem small, but you don't want to be in her way. She is an absolute fierce advocate for children, and she's the one who will tell us, we get reports from social workers about how a child is doing or so. Terry is the one who will come to court and stand there and say, this child is scared, this child is hungry, this child needs to be moved, this child is doing well. And Terry is the one who goes and picks them up and takes them to lunch and sees and cares for them beyond what the system does. 22 years as a volunteer, and she is an absolute gem to this community, and she has changed so many children's lives.
Well, if you're going to volunteer to do something, why not volunteer to be an advocate for children in the courtroom? Terry was one of the very first, might have been the first volunteer with the CASA program, and has been with the program the entire time, even though the program has seen changes in judges, changes in managers, changes in volunteers. But the single rock in that program, which is a very good program, has been Terry Palmatier. Terry, thank you for your service.
I really don't have much to say except thank you for the recognition. It is truly a labor of love. I can't think of anything more important to do than to look out for the children of our community. And also, I just want everyone to know there are a lot of volunteers in the program still, every day contributing countless hours to help our children. Thank you.
Well, always, yeah, that's what a volunteer does, right?
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Leanne.
Thank you again, Terry. We appreciate your service. Now, that doesn't mean you're ending your service, is it? Okay, good. Okay, glad to hear that. Okay, we will proceed to item A on the consent agenda. I lost my notes to that. Huh? Okay, I got it here. Okay, so I'll read item A into the agenda for possible action discussion to review and file the annual reports from various Douglas County advisory boards, including the 911 Surcharge Committee, Advisory Board to Manage Wildlife, Airport Advisory Committee, Audit Committee, Board of Equalization, Law Library, Library Board of Trustees, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, the Regional Transportation Commission, Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board, the Debt Management Commission, Water Conveyance Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission. Commissioners, the reason I had this moved over to the administrative agenda is to determine whether or not we don't have to hear all of these, but is there any desire to hear any of these in person at a future meeting? Commissioner Hales, I'll go to you. Do you wish to hear from any of these committees here in a future board meeting or the next board meeting?
There aren't any specifically that I would feel a need to hear from, but I did want to comment on how much I enjoyed reading all the good work that's been done and how these reports reflect so many volunteer hours of good citizens making our community a better place, and I'm really appreciative of all of their good work. And if there are any who are here today, I'd be happy to hear just a bit from them. But mostly I just appreciate the work that I have seen.
We didn't notice them to be before us today, so if there's any particular one that you really want to hear from later on, we'd be glad to entertain that. But if not, then we can. I appreciate your comments.
Just if they're
I
here
they
and they
good.
want to say anything,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to hear it.
Okay, and they may do so. Okay, Commissioner Tarkanian, any Commissioner Noasad? No, Commissioner Rice, any of these that you wish to hear from personally at a future board meeting?
I would like to hear from the Airport Advisory Committee. As you know, we are going out to bid on that contract. And the new advisory board has reconstituted themselves. And I would just like to know how the new committee is gelling and how they're working together and what their future plans are.
Okay, so we'll schedule that for the meeting on March 16th, if possible, to have the in-person report from the Airport Advisory Committee. Any others, Mr. Rice?
No, sir.
Okay. And if you don't mind, Mr. DeGelder, and this would probably be presented by the chair of the library board of trustees, but perhaps we could hear from you folks also in person and find out and tell us what's going on with the library and inform us. So anyways, I'd like to have that come forward as well later on. Otherwise, I have no others. So, okay. So at this time, this is for possible action. So is there any public comment here on this item? Since no public comment, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board, and I will entertain a motion, if there's no further discussion, to file the annual reports of the various Douglas County advisory boards, with the exception of the Airport Advisory Committee and the Library Board of Trustees, who will be presenting to us in person on March 16th. Is that good, Mr. Cates? Okay.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second? Commissioner Tarkine has been silent today. Let's.
I got a lot to say. I'm just saving for later.
Oh, okay.
Second.
Okay. So Commissioner, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to review and file the annual reports for the various committees minus the Airport and Library Board as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. I think we're on to our administrative agenda, item number 4, for possible action, discussion on one appointment to the Board of Equalization by the Board of County Commissioners for a term of office beginning March 2023 through December 31st, 2026. Mr. Cates.
For the record, Patrick Cates, I have nothing further to add. We did advertise for this position a second time, and we did receive one applicant who I believe is not present today.
And that applicant is Miss Lori Trotter, correct? Okay. So, Commissioners, any questions in this regard?
I just wanted to say she has a great resume and background. I'm sure she's going to be a great addition.
Commissioner Rice? Any questions?
I would like to say that I've known her for a good number of years, and I have the greatest respect and admiration for her, and I'm very pleased to see her step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. This is for possible action items, so we'll go to public comment.
James McCallum for the record. I am on the Board of Equalization. I've just completed my 5th year. What we really do is we act more like judges and appraisers. We hear the case presented by the person appealing their assessment, and then we hear from the assessor. We balance that out and make a decision. I know Lori well. She has a tremendous background. If you had 20 applicants, I think she's the one you would choose. She apologizes for not being here today. She is somewhere between the courtroom and her office in Reno. So she would have called in if it was necessary, but because she's the only applicant, she didn't do that. I told her I could sing her praises better than she can anyway. She's probably one of the smartest people I know. She's a critical thinker, which is really essential to this appointment. And I'm glad that she's doing it now because it can come up, though it doesn't often, if it's a personal property like an airplane. That'd be done later in the year, so it's good that we have a full board. So I want to thank you for making this appointment. I'm sure Lori thanks you, or assuming you're going to choose her, this is a great choice. It's a great addition to the board. Her way of thinking, her mind, she'll be something that sometimes raises a question maybe one of the rest of us doesn't. So you can't do better than Lori, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Any other public comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Bring it back to the board for a possible motion.
Your chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
I move that we appoint Lori Trotter to the Board of Equalization for a term of office beginning March of 2023 through December 31st, 2026.
Do I have a second? Seconded by, okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to appoint Ms. Lori Trotter to the Board of Equalization for a term of office beginning March 2023 through December 31st, 2026. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Ms. Trotter. Item number 5, for presentation only, presentation and update by Main Street Gardnerville on the progress of the facade improvement pilot program being presented by our Economic Vitality Manager, Lisa Granahan, and Main Street Gardnerville Executive Officer, Jen Nalder. Not exactly sure what your title is. Okay. A lady that does everything.
Appreciate your patience, Mr. Chairman. You know, I got to say, it's all about team effort, right? So we've been joined by a few others here.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were going to redecorate, though, the room, so.
Well, it is our program director here. I would like to go ahead and get this item kicked off. I'm Lisa Granahan, Economic Vitality Manager. With me today is Jen Nalder, Program Director, Main Street Gardnerville. I'll let her introduce the rest of the team when she starts making comments. So I'm really pleased to kick off this update on our new pilot facade improvement program. This implements one of the county's economic vitality projects. You will remember that last year during the budget process, when the board committed $10,000 to this project, Jen and I promised that we would be back to update the board on the progress of the program before the end of the fiscal year, and that is why we are here today. A few high-level things I wanted to mention before turning the program over to Jen is that the implementation of this program is completely administered excuse me, by Jen and Main Street Gardnerville. While that's not a cost to the county, it is a considerable amount of in-kind hours that Main Street Gardnerville is contributing. The county's $10,000 contribution to this program comes from the room tax fund, more specifically the transient lodgers license tax, so it's not general fund money. And that TLT, those funds, can be used on economic vitality projects. This is also one of the few grant programs that is available to some of our smaller businesses in the Main Street Gardnerville district, including those working to preserve their historic buildings. I think last time I was here with an incentive package, Commissioner Tarkanian asked, well, what do we do for our small businesses? This is one of the things that we do for our small businesses. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jen Nalder and ask her to prompt me when she wants her next slide.
Do I nudge?
Nudge me.
Okay. Is this thing on? Do I turn this one on or
Yeah,
speak
you
here?
turn that one on.
Oh, goodness. Good morning. Jen Nalder for the record. Good morning, commissioners and chair. Thank you for having us. I will keep this brief. I did load up these slides with a lot of information so that you can get some context so that we don't have to spend a lot of time on it. So feel free to ask questions along the way. I do appreciate the time that you are giving us to present the updates on our facade improvement grant program. As you know, I am Jen Nalder, your program director of the Main Street program. Main Street Gardnerville, just in a real quick brief, the mission of our program is in partnership with the community to revitalize downtown Gardnerville, utilizing design, organization, promotion, and district vitality to develop the unique identity and preserve the historic nature of the community. And that is our mission statement as we have it. Just so you guys know a little fun facts about Main Street Gardnerville, we are actually a 501c3 nonprofit organization. That means that we don't rely on memberships, we rely on sponsorships and donations of our community to do what we do. We are governed by a board of directors, and we have a town of Garnerville has appointed a board liaison. This year, we are excited that it is Jim Park. He was actually the founder of our organization back in 2008, so he is back into the fold. He currently works for the USDA, which means that we will have some more opportunities for USDA funding to get into the hands of our small businesses, so we're very excited about that. We are neither a business association or a commerce association, and so a lot of times we are confused that we are much the same as the Chamber of Commerce. We work in tight partnership with the Chamber of Commerce to make sure that we support our local businesses and our local economy at the street level. Quick little history about our program. As I mentioned, Jim Park was essential as the town manager at the time in 2008 in getting Main Street off the ground. The resolution was approved in 2008, and as you can see, oh, we're already at the facade grant. You did.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. One more. One more.
One more?
Yeah.
How did I get so far?
I don't know. She really wants me to get through this. I'm just kidding. Love Lisa. So this was created through the town of Gardnerville as a need to have more resources available to the small businesses within our district. It's a really kind of neat timeline because in 2008, the idea was established, but it wasn't until 2017 that a Nevada Main Street program was established within the state through legislation. Once that was established, it allowed us to become nationally accredited with the Main Street America program. And currently, as of today, we are one of 863 nationally accredited programs in the nation, and we are still the only nationally accredited program in Nevada. There are currently over about 17 to 20 Main Street programs that are seeking accreditation, and so then we will then be the first nationally accredited program. We are very grateful for the opportunity to be under the umbrella of the Economic Vitality's Master Plan update. The facade improvement program was something that Main Street had envisioned as a long-time project for our organization. We had an understanding of the need to get money into the hands of our small businesses as they were impacted by recessions, COVID, and the list goes on. And as if we had it, I think Lisa said it in one of our first meetings that getting things done is all about opportunity and timing, and that we had as Lisa was preparing her Economic Vitality Plan update for the next 5 years and had decided to embrace our facade improvement program as a pilot program under the Economic Vitality Plan update as a distinct downtown focus. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, the Facade Improvement Grant Program is a revitalization effort of our downtown. Our new Facade Improvement Grant Program aims to bring the appearance and functionality of commercial buildings while developing a unique identity and preserving the historic nature and character of our downtown. I wanted to bring in a really essential individual of our organization so that you guys hear from me a lot, but I wanted to introduce you to Meredith Fisher. She has been with the organization since 2015, serving on the board. She is also a local business and historic building owner in our downtown district. She has been instrumental in bringing this program into fruition, and I wanted to turn it over to her so that she can kind of explain a little bit of what we got going on.
Thank you, Jen. Meredith Fisher for the record. Appreciate your time today. Wanted to just talk a little bit about the facade improvement program. It's something that we as Main Street had talked about for a long time, and thanks to the individuals sitting here, it came to fruition. We spent a significant amount of time in developing this program, but it is a proactive program to get the downtown property owners to improve the appearance of the outside of their buildings and also encourage historic preservation. Which is super important to me and a number of people within the Main Street program. Additionally, by approaching it as a 50-50 matching grant, it's not just money that is being given, but you have personal investment in the program too, so there's a little bit more skin in the game. Why it's so important is that we are doubling our investment in the community. So money, there's maybe a certain pot of money that is allotted, but by having additional funds go towards that, we're seeing more and more investment or more projects being done through this program. The one thing that is talked about a lot at Main Street national conferences is about having a vibrant downtown and how that impacts the community. And basically, a vibrant downtown is like a healthy heart, and that in turn means a vibrant community. So Lisa, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. The eligible use for these grant funds, what we've seen, the full list is here, but what we have seen in the first cycle is window repair and replacement, painting, exterior lighting, and also updates to signage for businesses. Next slide, please. We were blown away by the response that we got for this first cycle. Thanks to the partnership of Douglas County, we had a $15,000 budget. The total investment, though, in our downtown was over $35,000. So, I mean, if you're talking about numbers that hit the heart, that's pretty awesome right there. And also, one thing that we can't necessarily measure, but is an important component of the program, is that where possible, the money was kept as local as possible. So utilizing local contractors or businesses, which furthers that impact even greater. So 6 businesses were improved with those funds. Next slide. This slide shows you a little bit about the facade grant process. As I mentioned, a significant amount of time was spent researching other facade programs, as well as defining our goals and getting out those necessary documents to make sure that the program was super streamlined and clear for businesses that would be applying. Next slide, please. We opened the grant cycle in March of 2022. We had 7 applications that we received. Of those 7, 6 were approved. And then I'm going to go ahead and actually turn it back over to Jen to talk about the businesses that were approved during that process and their testimonials.
Thank you, Jen Nalder, for the record. So within, as Meredith mentioned, we did have 7 applicants. An important thing to note, and just to let everybody know, that in the application process, we make sure that any application meets the design guidelines of the town of Gardnerville, the Minden and Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity, as well as the Douglas County Planning Codes. So anything that comes through, the applicants are required to do their homework and make sure that they have the proper permits filed for anything that could require Douglas County Code approval. So that is kind of a really kind of important disclaimer that I wanted you guys all to be aware of. But basically, our first cycle grant awards, and I wanted to thank those that were able to come to our first 2 presentations that we had. The weather has prohibited us from having further ones. Snowmageddon, kind of love it. But basically, we were able to award these first cycle grants to Especially For You for signage, Mr. Bubbles Laundromat, also signage, Leah's Perfect Rose and Fresh Ideas are 2 of our historic buildings in the district, and they had an upgrade to their windows. And as historic buildings go, this is a necessary improvement to make sure that the structural integrity is maintained in these buildings. We also had the Historian Inn. They are going to be rumored to come back for round 2 to continue their enhancements to the facade. The improvements that they had decided to do on this first round was the lighting over the sidewalk. It was dark and dim, and it was not safe at night to walk through. And so now that it is illuminated so that when at night you can see where you're going and the businesses are lit up. We also have Fabric Chicks. I'm sure you guys have noticed the beautiful new colors on Main Street. And when we do our facade improvements, we ask our businesses to just give us a quick little statement as to the impact they have from this improvement. And as Mr. Bubbles says, having proper signage has increased our business already. When customers can see the name and logo, it matches their online presence and business increases. I don't know if you knew before, but their before picture was just a photo or a sign that had laundromat on it. And so now they're able to brand. Especially For You, the project has and will continue to have a very positive impact on our businesses. So far, many new customers have been acquired by seeing our new signage at a distance, and it will continue to help with wayfinding around Main Street. This was this project in particular was the signage. When they had painted the building, they were replacing the signage that wasn't done at the time. And so they were able to kind of put some fresh new branding behind it and make it really appealing to the eye. And also you can see it from the road, Highway 395 now. Okay.
Meredith Fisher for the record. So we're talking about why these efforts are so imperative. As a Douglas County native, I can attest to the changes that we've seen on Main Street, including lately. We've seen several buildings come down. Our hope is that by offering the facade grant program, that resources would be available to private property owners that would not normally be available through other grant avenues. As a historic building owner myself, I know firsthand that you don't buy an antique building because it's a great investment. Instead, you do it because while you're the keeper of that building, you know that it's your duty to preserve it for the next generation, so that the next generation continues to see its value. We want to change the narrative of tear down this building and make it a parking lot. While parking is awesome on Main Street, because I'm also a business owner as well, I know that when the historic buildings are preserved, it adds a whole unique character that you don't get in a strip mall where you might be able to host your business. So that part is really important. And, you know, we kind of have a couple missing teeth in our Main Street right now. And our hope is that the facade grants also encourage new development that might be historic in nature, so that we can continue to maybe rebuild these old buildings with new amenities. Jen?
Jen Alder for the record. We get a little emotional when we talk about our old buildings. It was quite a blow this last year with having lost a bigger building, which was far beyond the point of any sort of remediation or preservation efforts. Our hope is to get the money in the hands of these building owners before we get to the state where we would have to tear them down. And this is just a final little transparency on how our staff and funding work. Main Street Gardnerville is comprised of one full-time salaried employee. That's me. We rely heavily on volunteerism and in-kind donations. We are very proud to see that our volunteer hours logged for 2022 sat at about 3,474 hours, 0.22. And if you see here, we did bring some of our volunteers with us. They are instrumental in everything we do. We could not do what we do with our program without the support of our volunteers and our community. In case you guys didn't know, the current estimated value of a volunteer hour is $29.95, which means that our impact for 2022 sits at about $104,053.79 in-kind donations from our volunteers. I mean, they are truly amazing. They are salt of the earth people. We also wanted to thank Douglas County for the continued support, and also Lisa Granahan for embracing our program and our mission as we help to develop our downtown and preserve it. Douglas County, you contribute an annual $10,000 to our program, which we are very grateful for. And thanks to Lisa as a champion on our behalf, was able to get an additional $10,000 contribution specifically for the facade grant program, which every penny was spent. Town of Garnerville, under our agreement, contributes $35,000 per year to make sure that we stay afloat. We did receive a grant for $750 for Travel Nevada. We have a new website up, which is really fun. And then fundraising events over the year. Basically, every wine walk that you attend, anything that you sponsor, flower baskets, adopt-a-pots, any sort of donation, business donations, everything goes into that pot. And through that money that we raise, thanks to the Wine Walks, Fall Festival, and so on and so forth, we're able to pour it back into our community. Business sponsorships, as you guys know, small business is the backbone of our economy, and they are the biggest contributors to our organization. And then, of course, the individual donations of the kind hearts of people in the community. I just wanted to let you guys know going forward that because of the tremendous year we had in fundraising last year, that we are doubling our efforts for our facade grant program, and we have over 10,000 set aside, actually it's 11,000 set aside, to award in Main Street grants ourselves. And so we are just very excited how we are able to continue to compound the impact we have on our community. And thank you for supporting it and investing in it.
That's
it.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation in case you have any questions for us.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments, questions, observations? You want to turn on your mic? Uh-oh, we have defective equipment. Yeah, well, you usually do anyway, so.
Only when I'm speaking to you.
There you go.
Or about you, not to you. Okay, I just had a quick question. You said TOT dollars can be used for this?
That's correct. Room tax funds, specifically transient lodging license tax.
Next question, you have another presentation from your group. Can TOT taxes be used for that?
The next presentation I have up is the NNDA incentives, numbers 6 and 7. Tahoe Prosperity is just a presentation. There's no funding request tied
No,
to
I
it.
understand, but they did come to us before for funding, and I was just wondering if that could be used, TOT taxes could be used for that.
We'd have to look at the specific use.
So as I understand it, though, these TOT taxes are the ones raised on the valley floor. Is that correct? Not the TOT taxes that are raised in the Tahoe Township?
Not necessarily. These are room taxes in general.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions, Commissioner Hales? Any observations, Commissioner Noasat? Commissioner Rice, any observations or questions?
No, sir. I think they've been doing a wonderful job, and I think that this is a program that I'm very proud that we support.
And I'll echo those comments. I agree. Did have a couple of observations. Number one, the Fabric Chicks repaint in pink. I don't know if they understand it. October is pink month, but I don't have any problem with it being 12 months of the year. I would hope that as we've discussed personally, it doesn't look like the Historian Inn because the lighting is not universal for Historian Inn. So I would hope that maybe they would look at improving that, because I think that's a very old building that we need to highlight. So I'd like to see that. Also, as new businesses hopefully crop up in the areas or land that we've leveled, basically, I would hope that we would have some input in trying to make sure that their facades, their buildings look similar to the surrounding buildings rather than brand new glass buildings, So I hope there's some effort in that regard.
Thank you. Jen Alder for the record. So within the historic downtown district, Town of Gardnerville does have design guidelines. And so if it is within the boundaries of our historic area, it must have the look of a historic building. So the Historian Inn does look old, but it was actually new construction from the last 10 to 15 years. I'd have to look. And it is, like I had mentioned, rumored that they will be coming back for a round 2 to do further enhancements on the facade. And I don't know. Was that? Yeah, I think that was. Sorry.
Meredith Fisher for the record. I can speak to the Historian Inn sign because that has been brought up. One thing with the lettering that is currently missing, unfortunately, they can't replace that lettering, so they would be looking at total replacement of the sign, which is obviously significantly more. But we're all looking to hope to see that project happen.
Okay, thank you. I was very happy when I saw them out changing the light bulbs at Sharky's and making sure that was all completely lit up as well. So anyways, thank you for your efforts, Ms. Granahan and Program Director Jen Alder. Very busy ladies. Wine Walk starts March?
No.
April?
May.
Not until
May is
May.
our first wine walk. We do have our full list of
Okay.
calendar events up. Yeah, I don't need that kind of anxiety right now. May will be our first one, and all of our list of calendar events are up on our website. If you guys ever have any questions, and we invite you, you will be getting an invite to our next 4 facade reveals that we'll be doing for the 4 other completed projects. I just wanted to also note that all projects as of today have been completed and the reimbursements have been dispersed. So we have also been working with District Vitality and going over our facade improvement program application for the 2024 cycle. So that will be in the works, and we'll be looking to get that going live here in the next couple of months.
So question for you, do you think the sidewalks are going to be clear of snow in May?
You know, we hope so. Only on Eddy Street because we got Derek.
With the way this weather's going, I can promise you, probably not, because I just ordered a snow blower yesterday, so that means that we won't get any more snow for the rest of the season. But anyways, Commissioner Tarkanian?
Miss Nodler, did I say it right?
Nalder.
Oh, so darn
So
close.
close. You're almost there.
I just wanted to say Chairman Gardner needs 2 months to practice for the wine walk, so he just wants to get started earlier, and he's very worried that the snow will prevent that. So,
Well, you know, Jed Nalder, for the record, on March 9th, we are having our first Discover Downtown and Mingle of the season. So if you guys want a little backstage tour of some of our old historic buildings, we will be starting at Cheshire Antiques and ending up at the second floor of the Ativan Hotel, which is known as Buckaroos and NB Uglies. So if you guys, we welcome you to come to those and check it out and meet some of your small businesses.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
This is a presentation-only item, so we will not be taking public comment on that. So thank you. So the next item is going to be presented also by our Economic Vitality Manager, Lisa Granahan. We have 3 items here that are on our agenda that Ms. Granahan is going to be involved with. So what I would suggest, looking at the clock, is that we move through item 6 and item 7 and item 9, if everyone's okay, take a lunch break and come back, and then right after lunch, we will tackle item number 8 with the norms of procedures. Is that good with the commissioners? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, so at this time, then we'll go into item number 6 for possible action to discussion to approve, send in a letter of acknowledgement and support to the Governor's Office of Economic Development, GOED, to award economic incentives to AVK Elastomer Technology Incorporated as allowed by state law. Ms. Granahan and Ms. Amy Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Lisa Granahan, Economic Vitality Manager. Sitting beside me is Amy Barnes, Director of Business Development with NNDA, Northern Nevada Development Authority. And also with us today is Randy Looney, who will be representing the company. We so appreciate him taking time out of his busy day to be here. I don't have a PowerPoint for this one. Sorry. I just wanted to give some background information. NNDA, Northern Nevada Development Authority, works with Douglas County and 4 other counties to attract, retain, and expand targeted industry businesses that provide primary jobs. So you ask, what are primary jobs? Okay, those are jobs from businesses that produce goods or services that bring in revenues from outside Nevada into our community. So we're circulating new money. GOED, the Governor's Office of Economic Development, allows companies that meet certain criteria to apply for incentives or abatements for certain types of taxes, and that's what we're here about today. I think it's worth mentioning that in this particular application, those revenues we talked about where they're generated, 100% of the revenues generated by this company are from outside Nevada. So all new money from this project will be coming in. The return on investment to the county, pretty important here, after the tax abatements is $1.6 million in real and personal property and sales tax over a 10-year period. And then the total estimated economic impact of this project over 10 years is greater than $85 million. So,
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Tarkanian. We're having a problem with his microphone.
Okay. I was trying to understand this document when I went through it, and I understood the $1 million of the direct tax, but then you said that how do you come by the $14 million, if I'm saying it correctly, the amount, for the overall economic impact? What are you including in that?
So that amount is taken from the estimate that is on page 567. And I'll read to you what it says there. Economic impact is the economic effect or benefit that this company and its operations will have on the community and the state economy measured by the total number of jobs, payroll, and created output.
Okay, no, I saw that because I ran through this, but I was trying to see if you could explain what that meant. So when they're talking about this larger number, I assume they're talking about, okay, somebody gets a job, they earn money, and then they go and spend that money in Douglas County, and then it multiplies all the way down the line. It's not just, okay, this is the products and the sales tax and so forth.
Yes. Oh, and with that, if I didn't, I was going to turn it over to Amy Barnes, who will be presenting AVK Elastomer Technologies for a letter of support and acknowledgement from the board to GoEd in support of this company and project.
Good afternoon. Is my mic on? Yeah. Thank you all. I just want to intervene really quick. Thank you all for coming to our last State of the Counties event. It was very beneficial to have all of you there present. We appreciate your support. I am Director of Business Development here for Northern Nevada Development Authority. I represent the 5 counties, Carson, Douglas, Story, Mineral, and Lyon counties. I want to thank you for the consideration of the abatement application for AVK Elastomer Technologies, yes. The company is applying for the sales and use tax abatement, personal property tax abatement, and the modified business tax abatement. AVK Elastomer Technologies develops and manufactures and sells rubber solutions. The product will be used by not only our local American AVK, but it also serves customers across the United States. AVK Elastomer Technologies will hire 12 new employees with an average wage of $28.42 and pay approximately 79% of their employee benefits. AVK Elastomer Technologies will have a total capital investment of more than $9 million and will enable them to improve their connectivity in our region. NNDA fully supports AVK Elastomer Technologies expansion incentive application and respectfully request board approval for this request. Here with me today is Randy Looney. Although Randy works for the American AVK company, as a courtesy, he is here to talk a little bit more about the project and answer any questions the board may have. Sorry for stuttering, you guys.
Thank you. Yep.
I didn't really have any comments. I was here mainly to answer questions. We are building basically the AVK campus out by the Minden Airport. The valve company was built there in 2006. We've already talked about we're building a casting facility there in the coming year. This company is also going to be building their factory on the land that we own across the street from the existing valve company. And I'll probably be coming before you again May or June because we have a third company that's also coming to build a factory.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Good.
Okay, in the packet, it talks about how you try to utilize mostly local companies to do the business, but there is no requirement on this. What kind of assurances, if we're given these tax abatements, that some, if not a majority portion of these products and services that you buy to build the building is going to be from Douglas County?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking about construction materials or the products?
Construction materials and construction workers and...
Okay. We are contracting with a local, I'm sorry. We're contracting with a local construction company based out of Carson City, Nevada. So they will be hiring workers from the local area to construct the 3 facilities that we're going to be building. One of the advantages of having a local company like this is that obviously we're going to get better service on the construction, but having one do all 3 facilities, they're able to move the workers from one factory to the next factory to the next factory construction site and keep their workforce together for that whole time period.
But you said a Carson City company. That's not local. That's adjacent.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. But there is no construction company in Douglas County that is large enough to handle the size of the projects.
I will add to that really quick, Randy, that most of the construction workers that are going to be working here for the company out of Carson City are located and live here in Douglas County.
Commissioner Rice, any questions?
No, sir. I think it's a wonderful thing. AVK is bringing their manufacturing back from China and into our county. I think it's a very admirable thing that they're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Nosetti? Okay, very good. And I basically ditto what Commissioner Rice is indicating is we're happy that you're bringing all your offshore operations back into Douglas County. So, or not necessarily back into, but into Douglas County. So, anyways, this is a possible action item. So we'll, unless you have anything else to say, we'll go to public comment on this and then bring it back to the board for action. So, is there any public comment here in chambers? Since seeing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for possible action. Entertain a motion.
I move that we approve sending a letter of acknowledgement and support to the Governor's Office of Economic Development to award economic incentives to AVK Elastomer Technology, Inc., as allowed by state law.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian, to approve the sending of a letter of acknowledgement and support to the Governor's Office of Economic Development, GOED, to award economic incentives to AVK Elastomer Technology Incorporated as allowed by state law. Any other discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. And we'll go to item number 7 for possible action, discussion to approve sending a letter of acknowledgement and support to the Governor's Office of Economic Development, GOED, to award economic incentives to United Parcel Services Incorporated as allowed by state law. Ms. Granahan and Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is very similar, except this is a distribution and logistics company. So I won't repeat the comments about the work NNDA does for us or what the Governor's Office of Economic Development allows in terms of its incentives. But on this one, I wanted to note that not 100%, but 75% of the revenues generated by this company will come from outside of Nevada. And the return on investment to the county after tax abatement is more than $3.3 million in real and personal property and sales tax over a 10-year period. The total estimated economic impact on this particular project over 10 years is greater than $38 million. I believe Mario Bermudez with United Parcel Service is also available on Zoom with us, just like Mr. Looney was, to make comments for the company. And with that, again, I want to turn it over to Amy Barnes, Director of Business Development, who is presenting United Parcel Services Incorporated for a letter of support and acknowledgement from you to the GOED board in support of this project.
Again, thank you. You turned it on and I turned it off. Thank you again for hearing us on this one as well. We have United Parcel Service, which is UPS, as a distribution facility they are applying for sales and use tax abatements, personal property tax abatement, and modified business tax abatement. This is an expansion application and not a new business application. They currently have a facility in Sparks, Nevada, and as some of you may be aware, they've been looking in Douglas County for quite a long time now, and they're ready to pull that trigger, so that's kind of exciting. They will be hiring 12 new employees with an average wage of $35 an hour, and as well as paying 100% of the employee benefits. With a total capital investment of more than $22 million, it will enable them to improve their connectivity in the region. NNDA fully supports the UPS expansion here in Douglas County, and like Ms. Lisa here said, Mario should be available via Zoom to speak on any questions or comments that you guys may have.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I just wanted to know, how do you guys come about the amounts of abatements you're going to have? Is this something that they propose to you, and then you bring it to us for approval, or is it something that's negotiated?
It is.
And the reason is the sales tax here was 4.6% for 2 years. The other one was 2%. I'm just wondering, I mean, the AVK has been a big company and done a lot of great things here in Douglas County. Just wondering why you came to that.
So there's NRS that stipulates what taxes can and can't be abated and the amount of those abatements. And for expansions, they have to show what they've received in an already Nevada location. So GOED actually uses those and supplies us. The Governor's Office of Economic Development supplies us with the numbers.
Commissioner Hills?
This might be a question for our person connecting remotely, but, and forgive me if everybody else already knows the answer to this, but I was just wondering, do they truck packages down here, sort, and then truck them back out? Surely this is not just for Douglas County. It's for more packages than are going to arrive in Douglas County, right?
I believe so, but Mario, are you there on the line?
Yes, I am. For the record, my name is Mario Bermudez. I'm the project manager of this development. To answer your question, yes, we cover a vast area in Minden County. Package cars go out once in the morning to make the deliveries, approximately about 28,000 packages are delivered in the morning, and they return to the building in the afternoon. There's also a number of other vehicles coming in. We have trailers also, which also deliver the outbound packages to the Reno facility, and from there it goes throughout the country, let's say. So the number of vehicles that we exit on every day, from Monday through Friday, it's about 166 vehicles leaving the premises, and the same number of vehicles come back in the afternoon.
Does that answer your question?
Did I answer your questions, or?
Getting there. So 166 vehicles just from the proposed
That is correct, ma'am.
facility.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and what area would those cover?
What I understand, it will cover the Minden County. I don't have the specific. I can get back to you on the specific area. I don't have that specific information, but it's mainly the Minden County.
I think Douglas County and maybe.
No, I'm sorry. Douglas County. Sorry about that.
And maybe beyond. Okay.
Yes.
Other
Thank you.
questions, commissioners? So, and maybe you can answer this, or maybe our online individual. We already have, as I understand it, I've seen it actually out on Hayborn. We have a satellite UPS point currently, and so what this is doing is it's requesting a larger facility and expanding that facility. Is that correct?
Correct. It's been my understanding that UPS has had a somewhat temporary location here in Douglas County, and now they're making it a permanent home.
Right, which is good in my mind. And I would imagine, but I guess the concern that our public is going to express is whether or not we're going to be seeing those big brown planes flying goods in. That's not the intention here, even though that's located out near the airport. That's not the intention of having those big brown planes flying in here and then distributing the product. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so
That is correct.
public needs to be relieved of that concept that it possibly would expand our airport in that
Correct.
regard. Okay, and so yeah, so we're just looking at a permanent building and distribution center for UPS. So basically, what flies into Reno will then be sorted and then brought down here for distribution, probably also perhaps even to Mineral County, Lyon County, or the sections of Smith Valley and Mason Valley that they would go to. I don't know if there's any distribution facilities there, or Lake Tahoe, and possibly maybe even into South Lake Tahoe, I would imagine. Whatever is feasible for their trucking processes. Okay, anyways, and I wanted to mention also, because a member of the public mentioned it to me, if they want to build a small satellite operation for further distribution in the Mineral or Lyon County, they have some TRE property that they may want to take a look at for doing that. But I had to get that plug in a little bit. So
Coming from
anyways.
Yerington myself, I would appreciate that.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll go to public comment because this is an action item. So is there any public comment here in chambers on item number 7? Sensing none, Mrs. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any other comments or questions? If not, then we'll entertain a motion.
I move approval of sending a letter of acknowledgement and support to the Governor's Office of Economic Development to award economic incentives to United Parcel Services, Inc., as allowed by state law.
Motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve sending a letter of acknowledgement and support to the Governor's Office of Economic Development, go ahead, to award economic incentives to United Parcel Services Incorporated as allowed by state law. If there's no further discussion, I'll move for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate NNDA's activity in Douglas County. So.
We appreciate your support.
Yep. So item 9 is for presentation only. Do we need a 5-minute break to use the facilities before we go into this? And then, You're good, okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman,
Okay, then we'll go into item number 9, after which time, once that is done, we will take at least a 1-hour break for lunch and come back and do item number 8 and so forth. So at this time, item number 9 for presentation only, presentation from the Tahoe Prosperity Center, TPC, on its programs, including an update on the completion of the Envision Tahoe Prosperity Playbook. And that's being presented by Ms. Granahan and Ms. Strum. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Lisa Granahan, Economic Vitality Manager, and let me say how much I appreciate Marcia Johnson's assistance. I can't seem to get it right when I load these PowerPoints. I thought I would in addition to introducing Heidi Hildrum, Executive or CEO for the Tahoe Prosperity Center, I wanted to provide just a little bit of background on the TPC and just share a little bit of insight on one of the projects to give you an example of some of the work that happens. So the Lake Tahoe Basin Prosperity Plan, I'm not sure if you recall that one, it was adopted in November of 2010. It's a basin-wide comprehensive economic development strategy, and it was unique in that it encompasses 4 counties, 2 states, and 1 city. It needed an implementation entity, so the Tahoe Prosperity Center was established in 2011. I was appointed as Douglas County's rep on the board shortly thereafter, and Fast forward, during the pandemic, Tahoe Prosperity Center received federal funding for a recovery and resiliency plan, which replaces the initial comprehensive economic development strategy. We call those SEDS, not trying to confuse you with acronyms, and this new one is known as the Envision Tahoe Prosperity Playbook. And Heidi will be providing an update on that plan and its completion during her presentation. Today, the Tahoe Prosperity Center is still convening, bringing experts, community, businesses, and government leaders to work on community and economic development issues, adding value to each county and community that they serve. Tahoe Prosperity Center periodically updates our Board of County Commissioners on activities, programs, and projects. Before I turn it over to Heidi to talk about these projects, I just wanted to give you an example of some I thought, great thing that happened this week on one of these projects. So earlier in the week on that last one indicated down there in the Connected Tahoe work, under that, there's a Tahoe Regional Broadband Group that meets, and this is where jurisdictions and agency staff working on broadband at the lake meet virtually to share progress and challenges. It just so happens that there is good work underway to incorporate fiber all the way around the lake in the Caltrans and NDOT right away. How awesome, right, to have that middle mile there. But it's become apparent that there's about 5 miles at the state lines, both north and south, on the California side, that's not going to be funded. And so this meeting, and that's just kind of a new revelation, and so this meeting provided an opportunity for all of us stakeholders on virtually to brainstorm about engaging some of the Nevada state agencies to reach across the state line to encourage the funding of those sections. Now, of course, I don't know what this outcome will be, but that's the type of collaboration that occurs as part of these projects. So just an example. And with that, I will turn it over to Heidi for the rest of the presentation.
Good afternoon. Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You got it.
Red. Good afternoon, everyone. Heidi Drum for the record, and thank you for putting me on the agenda and allowing me some time to talk to you about our work. And the other projects, besides expanding broadband and cellular coverage, which is critical these days, we do quite a few other projects. The Wildfire Alert Tahoe cameras, you're probably all familiar with. We all watched them during the Tamarack Fire and the Caldor fires. So we work in partnership with UNR on that project to ensure that those cameras are up and running 24/7. They have infrared at night, so they actually can catch fires in the evening. So that's a great amenity in our community. The housing work that we've done is on the South Shore is mostly completed. We did that work and wrapped that up right before March 2020. And things have been happening on that in the area. So there's a needs assessment and an action plan. And most of that work is moving forward and happening, again, to house our local workforce in a variety of parts of the South Shore. We're actually working on a project on the North Shore in Washoe County right now on housing. Envision Tahoe and Tahoe Data, I'm going to get into a little bit more in detail, so I have a bunch of slides on those next that I'll get to, but I did want to mention our Economic Summit we host every fall, and it looks like this year we'll probably be hosting it here in Douglas County, so look forward to that, and we will send you a save the date so you guys can attend that. This slide it just reminds us about partnerships. Tahoe Prosperity does nothing alone without working with our partners. You know, economic and community development is challenging, so we want to make sure that we're collaborating with our business partners, with our local residents, with our government entities. We really appreciate Lisa's service on our board. She's represented Douglas County and has done so really, really well over the years. I know she's probably ready to retire, but we're not ready for her to retire. So we appreciate her service on our board. And then these are just some images. You guys all remember this. We all went through it. The Caldor fire, the Tamarack fire. The Alert Wildfire cameras, again, they not only help give our firefighters and public safety agencies information about exactly where things are happening, but they also can monitor them live during the events. And hopefully we don't have too many more of these, because fires obviously disrupt our economy significantly and impact our community and put people at risk. So the cameras are helpful in public safety, but you also got to have broadband for that. So that's how that ties in there. There are also other disruptions. Yeah, sorry. This is a lot of graphs and charts. You can dig in if you get a little bit closer. But everything from economic disruption and inflation, the potential recession that some folks are considering, maybe in our future, maybe not. Depends on which economist you talk to, I guess. Layoffs at some of the larger tech firms and others. These can all potentially negatively impact Tahoe as well, because if we are a tourism-based economy. So if folks are concerned about their income, they don't travel as much, they may not come up to the lake as much, but also our primary workforce is tourism. So it impacts, if things like economic factors outside of our control impact our region, our workers are the ones that feel it first. This is just a quick slide about some of our data. Again, when you are over 60% dependent on tourism, those disruptions have a huge impact, obviously, for the workers, for the businesses that rely on that revenue during busy times. The Caldor fire, came right through on Labor Day weekend, for example. We decided that we used to be 42% dependent on tourism. So we thought it should be something that we look at as a region. How do we become more balanced so that we're not so dependent on one industry? And so the volatility is what drove us to look at an economic resiliency strategy, and that is Envision Tahoe. Next slide, please. And Tahoe is, you guys know, you've probably seen all these presentations over the years. It's a well-studied area.
Just
of course.
Going back to that other slide, I'm sorry, I missed it. What does BLN stand for?
Billion.
Billion. Okay, billion.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it was some other acronym for something
No,
else.
that's a good question.
Okay.
Actually, as I look
Okay.
at it, I'm like, I should probably spell that out. Not blonde.
Okay, but yeah, I usually see it 6B rather than.
With a big B,
Yeah,
right.
okay,
You're absolutely right, Commissioner.
Thank you.
We will adjust that for the future. That's good feedback. So Tahoe is a well-studied place, and we went into this Envision Tahoe effort realizing that we didn't want to come out with just another report. We didn't hire a consultant firm to just give us their solutions and their answers. What we did is we went into this effort very collaboratively, very inclusively. We brought together there's three elements of the playbook. The first is a baseline economic data report. The second is a community input report. And then the final prosperity playbook is, again, the result of all of that work, plus the additional comments from 1,800 local residents, our local government partners, our Catalyst Committee, of which Commissioner Rice and Lisa Granahan participated on. It is a set of plays and strategies. It is not a rule book. It is not, here, go do this. It is, here's a whole suite of opportunities and options to become more resilient, to reduce our dependence on tourism, and to look at other sectors of our economy so that we can improve opportunities for living wage jobs and others in our community. Specifically, we outlined 4 long-term goals, and that includes strengthening our existing industry. So again, tourism primarily, making sure that our tourism businesses are thriving. Right now, many of them are struggling to hire the workforce that they need. They're closing days and hours that they operate accordingly. So we want to ensure that our tourism industry is thriving. Upward mobility, again, allowing people the opportunity to find those jobs or move through the workforce as they gain experience and education, that they have those living wage jobs or that they're offered positions with year-round benefits and health benefits along those lines. Encouraging innovation, that's a really important part. We want to embrace the remote workers, some of whom have stayed after moving here during the pandemic. And then lastly, Tahoe's a complicated government structure. We got a lot of agencies, a lot of state lines and jurisdiction boundaries. So we want to just continue that collaboration that we started with this process. This is just a slide again of the key strategies that we outlined. Two are foundational: workforce housing for, again, primarily our tourism workforce who currently are struggling to find housing in the region, and improving transportation. So many other folks are working on that. TPC isn't leading those efforts necessarily. We're just a partner in working with our agencies on them. But they are foundational issues. The destination stewardship plan that's being conducted by the core team now, we're a partner on that, so we are simply one of the folks participating in that effort, again, supporting responsible tourism. But the other two are the primary focus for the Envision Tahoe work as we expand our planning this year with that. That's supporting business vitality and anchor employers. Your anchor employers are your school districts, your colleges, your hospitals, and then also supporting this new entrepreneurship ecosystem that we're working towards. And I'll touch on that a little bit because a lot of this is happening in Douglas County. So this group is a group of volunteers. Some of them are business owners, others are entrepreneurs. And they have been starting these monthly roundtables where they bring people together to talk about starting up businesses along those lines. And it's just a group of volunteers right now, but we hope to see this group grow and expand. They've been doing monthly events for a while now. They're going to continue. And it's important to remember that generally businesses that start up, they keep their headquarters within about 50 miles of where they start. So their employees, their base tends to stay where they start. So the more we can encourage business development in our region, the more likely we'll have higher quality, higher wage jobs in our region. And the first event that they're hosting will be here in Douglas County at Outdoor Gear Lab in Round Hill in May. That event is an opportunity to bring together successful entrepreneurs who have started their businesses here in the Tahoe region, and then talking about that with others who are considering doing the same thing. So that event will be held in Douglas County this May. Now I'm going to get into the geeky stuff, the details and the data. All of this is to ensure that we're tracking our progress. So we want to make sure we're actually moving the needle on some of these important indicators. So I've highlighted just a few, and I'll talk a little bit about some of these as we go through the next few slides. So the first one is our overall population in Tahoe. The highest our population ever was a little over 60,000 in the year 2000. And then it was mostly a decline year after year after year. I know a lot of friends who moved down here to find a home and buy a house, for example. But as you can see, we did have a little bump up during the pandemic. We had some new remote workers move in, and some others, maybe they owned a home and didn't live here full time and they moved here full time. But even despite that population bump in 2020, we haven't seen it sustain. So we dropped a little bit again in 2021, and we're still not close to the height of our year-round residency population that we had in 2000. So we have some room for year-round residents.
So this 55,678, that's the entire Tahoe Basin. That includes all 5 counties?
Yes,
Okay.
It does. That's a great question.
I also have a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is probably outside your purview, but do you have any idea how many visitors are there on average at any given moment?
That's a great question. And the numbers that we did, that we've looked at a while back, were approximately 250,000 on busy weekends, so 250,000 visitors. It's a really great question, Commissioner, because while 55,000 year-round residents would put us in sort of a rural category, when you have an extra 200,000 people on any given weekend, it definitely doesn't feel rural. It feels urban. And so that urban versus rural infrastructure, in our report, we talked a little bit about how we are sort of rural Tuesday through Thursday, Monday through Thursday, but Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it definitely can feel very urban, traffic-y, and busy. Good questions. Thank you. On the next slide, you'll see that by age group, we've broken this down, and unfortunately, we've had a loss in our younger workforce, both the typical age group like myself that moved here to work at a ski resort 27 years ago or so, I think now. But so that age range we've been losing a little bit, and the 25 to 45-year-old well, or 44. And that is important because those are your young professionals. Those are your, tend to be young families. They tend to put their kids in school, and we're sort of missing that younger professional age range. This hurts local businesses as well because, again, there's succession planning and thinking about the future for their businesses. So we're hoping to start to see some change in this demographic if we can, provide, more workforce housing options. If we can provide some living wage jobs, hopefully we'll see some of those folks come back to the lake. This is a busy slide, so apologies for all this data, but this outlines the per capita income for all of the different census tracts that we manage in our data in the basin. There has been a 15% increase overall in per capita income, which is a really good indicator. Most notably, Zephyr Cove has the highest income around the entire region at a little over $100,000 per year. And yet, right across the state line, it's the bottom of the income distribution. So there's an interesting discrepancy depending on where you are around the lake. This is another chart that just, again, illustrates how many more high-wage earners we've had in the past few years, despite a fairly stable low per capita income overall. We've had an increase in those who make over the living wage of $75,000 a year. And on the next slide, we talk a little bit about our poverty levels, because, again, I think it's important to show, the difference in incomes that we have around the region. So we're a little, we had a slight uptick in the last year to 9.4% of our Tahoe Basin population living below the poverty level. For comparison, Douglas County has a 7% poverty rate. So we're a little bit higher at the lake due to the higher cost of living up there. And with did I miss the slide? Oh, no, here, this is it, sorry. Oh, this is a slide about education attainment. And what's really interesting here is that we've had an increase in more highly educated workforce. So 55% of our population has an associate's degree or higher, compared to 45% in 2015. There's also been an increase, 32% actually, in those who hold a doctorate's degree. And what's interesting about this is as we grow higher wage jobs in our healthcare industry, for example, Barton's new campus in Douglas County, they are going to be looking for this highly educated workforce. And fortunately, we have many of them in our community. So this is an important data point that we like to continue to monitor. And with that, I just want to say thank you for your time today, for letting me present this information, and for your partnership in our work. So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, this is a presentation-only item, so we won't have public comment, but entertain questions from, or comments or concerns or observations from the commissioners. Commissioner Hales?
Observation. I think it's kind of exciting that the entrepreneurial, if I understand this right, the entrepreneurial goings-on are centered in Douglas County. Is that accurate?
The lead on our entrepreneurship is Chris McNamara, and he owns Gear Lab, which is based in Round Hill. He's going to be hosting the entrepreneurship event in May. So I would say it's definitely centered currently in Douglas County, but we are encouraging entrepreneurship around the region. So for the May event, for example, we expect to have entrepreneurs from the North Shore, from Truckee, from the California side as well, but they will be coming to Douglas County for that event. And the majority of our current members are here based in Douglas County and on the South Shore.
Commissioner Rice, any questions, comments, observations?
No, sir. I've been fortunate enough to attend many of their meetings, and I am totally amazed at the information they are able to acquire. Heidi has done a marvelous job, and I just hope that we can continue to increase the availability of our workers. That's been one of the big problems up here. Businesses closing because they can't hire employees. So that's something that I know the Prosperity Center is. I wish them great success in getting that accomplished.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian? Commissioner Nosat? So I had a couple of questions. We obviously rely heavily, as you indicated on your slide, over 60% of our is tourism related. It may be even higher, actually. So the concerns that I'm hearing out of businesses and residents in the Tahoe Basin, especially in Douglas County, is concerns about limiting the use of personal vehicles in the Tahoe Basin. Does your organization, do you involve yourself in that process or in that thought or in that issue? And if you do, how so?
Thank you, Commissioner. We actually are not super engaged in the transportation realm at all. There's so many others working in that space, and we have a very small staff. So we tend not to focus on transportation issues in our work, other than, again, supporting housing where people can more easily walk to work is a part of our housing project. So we do encourage what I would say are opportunities to put housing near the workplaces. So in State Line, for example, you've got a huge employment base right there with the casinos. It would be nice if we could add some housing for local workers where they don't have to drive and they can walk to work. But that's the extent of our effort on transportation.
Yeah, that's really pie in the sky. I mean, the price of dirt up there is extremely, expensive, and so trying to get that to a low wage employee is extremely difficult. Somebody that wants to tackle that, good luck. So, anyways, you also had a slide up there, and it talked about responsible tourism. Can you define what you mean as responsible tourism?
That's a great question again, Commissioner. So the destination stewardship planning effort that's happening, we're just one participant in that. We called it responsible tourism in this planning effort because the destination stewardship planning effort hadn't gotten started yet. So from our perspective, responsible tourism is really just a way to encourage visitation in the non-busy seasons. So for example, you guys probably already know this, when you go up to the lake in the fall, it's beautiful. The aspen leaves are all turning yellow, the kokanee salmon are running up the stream, and there's not as many people there. So encouraging visitation in those shoulder seasons, as we call them, at the lake is part of what we look at as sort of spreading the busyness and the activity across other times, encouraging things like there's a soccer tournament called Come Up for Air, CUFA, the CUFA soccer tournament, and that happens in the fall every year, and it brings so many families and kids to the region to play soccer. Sadly, it was during the smoke last year, and they weren't able to play, but again, that's an economic driver to the region. It puts people and families in hotel rooms and in our community in a time of year when it's not as busy. So from our perspective, evening out those sort of peaks and valleys of tourism is the way that we look at balancing things a little bit more.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So,
sure.
Nothing else? Okay, well, we appreciate your time with us and your efforts, and with that, I thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
So, okay, it's 12:23 by my computer. Can we be back at 1:30? Is that a good time? Okay, so we'll recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Record.
It's 1:30, so I have to get going. Okay, it is 1:31, so, and all five commissioners, including Commissioner Rice, is on Zoom, are present, so we'll resume our meeting. And we will go to item number 8 on our agenda for possible action, discussion to review and update the Board of County Commissioners' norms and procedures and direct staff to bring forward a resolution incorporating any requested changes to the norms and procedures at a future board meeting. I think it says Patrick Cates, but I'm going to lead it just as we have before, right? Did you have anything you wish to offer before that? Commissioner, Mr. Cates?
For the record, Patrick Cates. I just wanted to add, didn't realize we were going to this item next, but I did put together some conceptual language to talk about regarding putting things on the agenda, and I'd like to go ahead and pass that out.
Okay. I think that's where we wanted to go first on this is talk about that. What page is that? Is that 7, 8, section 9? Yes. So previously, I guess in the last meeting, we barely got into this norms and procedures, and I would hope that perhaps we can dispense with this item today and come to a conclusion so we don't have to bring that forward again. But anyways, so we'll go to section 9 first, and then we can go back and cherry pick wherever else we want to go on this. But the board agenda, I had recommended on item A, any commissioner or the chair can place items on the agenda by contacting the county manager, and I asked to strike those words "or the chair." That's almost indicating the chair is not a commissioner. So I would just like it to say any commissioner can place items on the agenda by contacting the county manager. I think that language may have over the years taken on a different meaning, and indicating that the chair had almost veto power of items that other commissioners might want to put on the agenda. And I'm not necessarily, I wasn't comfortable with that. I was a victim of it, huh? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And perhaps maybe chairman of this board over the years have taken on a greater responsibility or a thought process in that regard. And I certainly did not want to do that. I'm not going to be chair forever, and so I want to make sure that I have the ability in future years to also possibly put items on the agenda. So that's why I asked for those 3 words to be struck from that. In addition to that, there needs to be a method, a concise method, I believe, of putting things, board members entertaining or asking for items to be on the agenda so that it addresses the issues of making sure that when that item is presented to the county manager, that it meets the requirements of Nevada revised statutes in regards to open meeting laws, right? Needing to be concise and so that it's not subject to interpretation by the public. Anyways, I asked our county manager to put together a conceptual language for discussion, and that's what he's presented to us today in regards to the method that a commissioner can go about putting an item on the agenda. So I guess I'll let you want to discuss that, Mr. Cates? Want to talk about that?
Just letting Commissioner Rice know I forwarded that handout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for the record, Patrick Cates. So I tried to put together some language that I thought might be workable for the board regarding placing items on the agenda. And from a staff standpoint, I think there are some challenges as to how much time and effort staff put into agenda items, depending on what a commissioner wants. I think there is great value in bringing an item that a commissioner is interested in having the board consider to the board for presentation only, so that a discussion can be had. And from that discussion, we can get some direction from the board as to whether or not that's something that the board wants staff to spend time work on and to work on to bring back for a future action item for possible action. So for presentation, there could be a discussion. We could get a general sense from commissioners of what their desire is, and from that would give us enough direction to know how to proceed. So for the document that I handed out, item number 1 is basically the commissioner can discuss their conceptual item, the item that they want placed on the agenda at any time with me, with the DA, with department heads, whomever. And then they can request an item for presentation only at the next regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners. I put in there a 10 working days deadline in order to place something on an agenda for presentation only. That's the same deadline that we use internally for all of our departments. Basically, tomorrow will be the deadline for the next Board of County Commission meetings. And then for future, for possible action, I put in here, just based on looking at what some of the other counties has, I think this was from Lyon County, where there was a request that it be submitted to the county manager with no later than 30 days. Is that worded wrong? I think that might be worded wrong. 30 days or more. No sooner than 30 days, yeah. Yeah, thank you. And again,
I don't think that's what you mean. No later than 30 days before the next regularly scheduled meeting. There's a regularly scheduled meeting usually every 14 days, unless there's a week in between.
Well,
you mean you want to submit it 30 days before you want the item on the agenda?
correct.
So that's, you got to word it more.
I do have it worded wrong, yes. That was the intent, a basic 30-day window so that we could prepare that. And the main reason for that is to be able, so the county manager can work with the district attorney's office to make sure the agenda item is consistent with Nevada open meeting law. You know, any of us can kind of put some language together. It may or may not pass muster. It needs to go through legal review. Because if you do take action on an agenda that isn't properly constituted, we run the risk of open meeting law violations. And that would also give staffs time to provide support material to assist the board in their decision making, just so we've got some time to put that material together. Item D, I think this is really important, and this is an issue that's come up before, that I put in here. Deference would be given to existing processes such as Planning Commission review of revisions to Title 20, number of readings that are required for an ordinance. There's a lot of things that, depending on the type of action item, that may require a process longer than 30 days. So I'm trying to reflect that. So if it's something that the Planning Commission has to consider, obviously it can't come back to the board in a 30-day window. It's got to go to the Planning Commission first. And then the last item is, like, if that's not acceptable to a commissioner, then I would refer back to item number 2. You could put it on the agenda at the next meeting, talk about it, and staff could get some direction. I don't know if that's helpful. For me, it at least puts some parameters in how we allocate staff time. And looking at other counties and some of the language that they had, this to me at least, this seemed like a reasonable approach to handle those type of items.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, Mr. Cates. Under 2C, under what conditions such requests may be used to gauge the board's support for future consideration? Are they going to try, is this a crapshoot? No, what I'm saying is, we're talking about one thing, submission of an agenda item, and then, on the other hand, it says, gauge board support for future consideration of board action and helps direct the local staff time. I can understand the last part, but to think that they would take into consideration what we might do is not quite right.
Well, maybe I can give you a for instance on this. A couple of years ago, I was interested in taking a look at the auxiliary dwelling unit issue. And so when I mentioned that at a board meeting, we had to get concurrence of commissioners to direct staff to go ahead and delve into that issue to bring it back to us for consideration. Just because we vote to direct staff to bring that, to look into that issue and perhaps bring back an ordinance doesn't mean that it's actually going to pass when it gets back to us, whenever it does get back to us.
I'm referring to what's written on this piece of paper.
Yeah.
Such requests may be used to gauge board support for future consideration.
Okay, so go ahead.
So for the record, Patrick Cates, so what that's trying to get at is if you have an item that's for presentation only, the board can't vote. They can't take action. It's not a for-action item. Okay. But we could have a discussion on it. Say a commissioner has a conceptual idea of something they want for action item. We could have a discussion about it. You can't take a vote, but from that discussion, I can know that there are multiple commissioners that are interested in having this come back for action item.
Okay. Being under presentation only makes sense, but
yeah,
it still sounds like, what are they going to do?
Sure, yeah, maybe not the best wording, but that I'm trying to, staff could spend an inordinate amount of time working on a specific action item, let's say an ordinance change. It could require a lot of backup, a lot of research, that sort of thing. And what I'm trying to do with this is that before we go to that length, let's get some discussion from the board and see if that's something they want to entertain. And if they want to bring it back for future action, then by all means we could do that, and that's what item 3 is for.
So as I see this, we've added language on item 13 for presentation only at the end of our meetings, where it says, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. So they could, a commissioner can indicate a desire to have a future agenda item, but then that possible request would then come back to us if it's going to require staff time. Come back to us at the next meeting as a for presentation only item to gauge the desire of the board to actually have staff delve into that issue and bring it back. Is that basically how that fits in?
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Tarkanian?
I think your proposal is very similar to what we have now on section 9A, except you clarify the timeline of how long you can hold off an agenda item. I think it's very reasonable, your timeline. I think that common sense would have said you could have done this under the existing section 9 sub A, but because of the problems we've had in the past, I think it's beneficial that you put it in writing exactly what it is. I don't see anything in here that I would change, so I like it.
We do need to change that language, right, where the writing in county manager.
There's going to be some language you can tighten up and stuff, but
okay.
I'm talking about the
overall concept.
The concept is, it covers everything that I've had issues with, at least.
Commissioner Hales?
I like it. Under 2C, I might say discussion during these agenda items may be used to gauge board support.
I'm sorry, I missed that. 2C?
Under 2C, instead of saying such requests, saying discussion during these agenda items may be used to gauge board support and thereafter.
Okay. Yeah, because we're not passing this today. All we're doing is
Right, right.
suggesting, and so we're going to have all of this come back to us finally as a resolution to pass. But so the
Yeah,
language
and then-
needs to be cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, and then 3A will be, I'm sure, changed a little bit. As we've already discussed, I feel like there's a balance here because every commissioner should be able to have their issues heard. On the other hand, having an agenda item requires staff work if it's going to be discussed fully. And what we don't want to have happen is one commissioner commandeer an inordinate amount of staff time. And I like this with number 2 and number 3 because it gives a system for sort of filtering out those things that will rise to the top that have more full commissioner interest. And I also think that staff will be able to. I hope that staff would not put a whole bunch of time into something that is driven by one commissioner if we skip just to number 3 without number 2, which I think is possible under this language.
To make sure it is possible. I read it completely separate, 2 and 3. Is that not the way you intended it?
So what Commissioner Tarkanian and I just said is, we understand this to mean a commissioner could go to number 3 without doing number 2.
What was is that your intention, Mr. Cates? Yes. Okay. So as long as we're clear about that. Okay. And where would this fit in section 9? Would that go under item A, B, A or B? Where would we enter this onto this document? What was your thoughts, Mr. Cates?
We would have to work it in. I was just trying to get the thoughts out more than where it would be formatted in the document.
Mr. Cates,
Mr. Noset.
do you, in looking at section 2 only, in presentation only, so somebody wants to do something and they bring up the point and we discuss it amongst ourselves. We don't take a vote, right? Okay, so the only thing that the staff is going to go on is whatever is transcribed on the record. Or whatever else you tell them.
I think we've had, previously, we've had discussion only or presentation only items on our agendas, but we've taken the opportunity as commissioners to actually concur and give staff direction. I think that's occurred before, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. You're not taking a vote, but each commissioner could opine about whether or not they want this to come back for action.
Are we expecting consensus in a presentation only? I didn't think so.
Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. In the past, there's a consensus as far as the board willing to put it on the agenda with certain parameters. There is no vote, though. There's no consensus as to, for instance, accessory dwellings would consist of A, B, and C, and that's what we're going to do. What, at least from my perspective as staff trying to move your will forward, it's helpful to kind of hear everyone's ideas. I can kind of gauge what the consensus is. Then I can draft that language, and then it can come to you for possible action, either as an introduction or for further discussion. The board has done it both ways in the past. And at the introduction, you can tell me, no, Doug, that's not what I wanted. Collectively, that's not what the board wanted, and then we can revise it further. But for the presentation only, there isn't a collective vote, yes, we want X. It's more of a, yeah, we want you to bring forward a future agenda item with these general parameters, is how I understand this is going to happen.
And even though we give direction, Mr. Ritchie, it's possible that staff could misunderstand exactly what we wanted, and it could come back to us, and then one of us could say, that's not what I wanted, and I can't vote for that, and it needs to go back to the drawing board, right?
Yes.
So
that would be pretty much like what we have right now in front of us. The process with its lineouts and add-ins and so on, if we disagree with any of that, then we are basically telling the staff, go back and try again. Okay.
Commissioner Rice, you haven't chimed in yet on this. Did you get this document hopefully?
I did, and I've taken a good look at it, and I concur with the discussion that we're having. I think that with a little wordsmithing, this is exactly what we're looking for.
Okay, so we all concur on bringing this into that agenda, into that section in some manner. Okay. Okay, you want to go further into that section? Was there anything else we wanted to? It says down here in section C of that area that items that related to the Carson Valley portion of the county should be heard at the first meeting of the first Thursday meeting, and then the items that pertain to the Lake Tahoe Basin. I know that wording was very important previously when basically we interpreted that to mean that third meeting or the third Thursday had to be in the Tahoe Township, which we've eliminated that process. So do we really even need, I prefer to consider our county as one. I'm not sure I like the wording of separating issues by geographical area in my mind, but how does the rest of the commissioners feel?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It would seem to me that since we have pretty much done away with the meetings at the lake, unless it's an item specific to the lake, I think that section C should be removed in its entirety.
Concurrence?
Yep.
Okay, done. Good idea. Okay. And then any questions regarding item D, items on the consent calendar, one vote should be agenda items. Obviously, there's restrictions on that. Ordinances cannot be on the consent agenda. And we've tried to, I know that Commissioner Rice have been very diligent in that manner of items that we felt were budget items that were in excess of $50,000. I believe the county manager has authority to do items up to $50,000. Is that your? So anything that's been over that, Commissioner Rice and I have tried to make sure that went on the administrative agenda so that it would allow public comment.
Yeah, for the record, under county purchasing policy, I can approve purchases up to $50,000 if it's within the budget.
And I know that in working with Mr. Cates, he has been very careful about that and wants to make that transparent as well. So that's kind of the position we've taken. Item E, the county manager will try to research ahead of time any controversial agenda item. You know, I continue to say that the only easy decision we have as a board is who's going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, because that rotates. But do we not? Almost everything is controversial, it appears to be, but maybe not. Okay. I do try to avoid surprise conflicts, but okay. Any further comment on that? Are we good with that section then? Everybody? Okay. What else did you want to discuss on this? Anything hot buttons that you had as commissioners? Commissioner Tarkanian?
The only other thing that I saw, and I just went through, it's been so long since we first went through these things, but I underlined this one. Section 10 sub C, this is going to come back to the same exact issues that we've discussed before about what a commissioner can and positions they can and cannot take. If I get an email, the way I read this, if I get an email from a constituent and I agree with it, I could respond back to the constituent. But if I don't agree with it, I'm supposed to refer the email to the county manager. That just isn't the way it works. If you're a county commissioner, you represent the people in the district. And if they respond to me, I'm going to respond and tell them my position on it, and I will also tell them the position of the board. This goes back to whether when the board makes a decision, and I believe the way it's yellowed in, white, red it lined in with Mr. Ritchie's documents that were given to us today, it's if the board passes something, the commissioner has to support it. And I don't, and that just doesn't work either. If the commissioner can say yes, I mean, the commissioner should say, yes, this is what the Board of County Commissioners voted. Whatever, 3-2. But this is my position and why this is my position. I don't believe this board intends to take that discretion out of the commissioner's hands, but if they do, I don't think they have the right to do so.
Commissioner Tarkanian, and I concur with you. You should be able to respond to, well, you certainly have, we all have a First Amendment right and a responsibility, I will put it that way, a responsibility to our constituents, all the residents of the county, to defend our position on an issue, regardless of whether or not that issue prevails in this meeting or not, okay? Because it commonly happens when you take a vote and then you go out into the public eye, you get phone calls, right? Or emails saying, why did you vote for that issue in the manner in which you voted? And we have a responsibility to respond to that constituent and tell them, why we took that, why we voted that way. So I concur with your feelings on that. And I don't know, maybe the wording is not good on this, and that's what I would say. Commissioner Hales, you had a comment?
Yeah, I think it needs to be reworded. I think commissioners should respond to every inquiry that's sent to them.
Sometimes not. Sometimes not.
Well, okay, yes.
There are exceptions, are there not?
Generally speaking, even if the response is, I don't know much about this, I forwarded it to whoever for more information or whatever, I think it's important to respond to everything that comes to you. It's just how you respond is the question.
And that's a personal responsibility, isn't it? Yes. So I don't like the last line. I concur with you, Commissioner Tarkanian, that if the commissioner is not comfortable with the board's policy or position, should refer it. Maybe once again, I try to answer all email inquiries I get. I try to answer all phone calls I get. I try to personally meet with folks when I can. I have a standing table at DST Coffee to meet with constituents. Okay, that's become my office, so to speak. But that, and a lot of times those are not necessarily comfortable conversations because they disagree with your position on something. But at least I can look them in the eye, eyeball to eyeball, and have an hour conversation if that's what it requires in order to explain my position on that. And I told people, I know that the public is not going to be happy with every vote I take or any of you take, okay? But that's still your right. That's what they voted for you to do. And so you have that right. But I can honestly say that I don't even agree with necessarily every vote that I take, but it's what is presented to us at the time.
I can concur with that.
Okay. Commissioner Noasad.
Yeah, as to supporting positions and policies, all you got to do is look a little bit north of us and look at the Assembly and the Senate and see what those people do when they get voted down against, and they're out there blathering everything. So I don't think that there's anything, you got your First Amendment right to be able to say, yeah, the board voted this way, but I disagree, and this is why, which is what you said, Danny. I need some help here. I'll ask the DA. What's the definition of Roman law? Roman law.
You're not quite as old as he is. I mean, maybe he knows something about Roman law that I don't.
All right, but there's two types of law. There are two types of law.
Okay.
Roman law is one of them. It's either very, very detailed or it's very broad. And then there's the other kind of law on the other side of the fence. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, my gosh, we got a lot of detail in here. Why do we have to have that amount of detail? Are we children up here not knowing what we're doing? I think we should act like adults.
Would you suggest we strike that paragraph entirely? See? That's what you're saying. Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian, how do you feel about that? Commissioner Hales? I concur. But I want to hear what Commissioner Hales has to say. Commissioner Rice, what do you think about, I mean.
Well, I'll take a minute on that. I think all of the norms and procedures need a good rewrite. When we started this, I said that, and I just don't think this is the year to do it. But county letterhead, we email now. We don't use county letterhead really, except for very official things. So that would be section 10, A and B refers to county letterhead.
Ooh, I didn't even recognize that.
Right. So if it were me, I'd probably take A, B, and C out, and maybe leave D and E in, and then next year, I think the whole thing should have a serious, not substantive rewrite, but rewrite to make it more. There's a lot of inconsistent style and a lot of things that are a little bit vague, and so, but this is not the year. I'm not suggesting we do that this year. But I would take out A, B, and C of section 10.
I'm good with that too. Commissioner knows that? Just strike A, B, and C. Commissioner Rice, thoughts?
My thought is, I'm going back to my experience writing standing orders at the police department. The more detailed you get, the more conflict you're able to get into. I believe in KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. And I think that when we start getting into legalese, we're going to be tripping all over ourselves. So I would like broad concepts and not A, B, C, D, E, if you know what I mean.
All right, wait a minute.
See,
I was cut off here a little bit ago. Hang on.
I concur with the elimination of A, B, and C. I think that this gives us some direction. Commissioners, D gives us some direction as to commissioners may forward emails, correspondence, and phone calls and their responses to the county manager's office, who will monitor any response to track requests, suggestions, issues. That might be a good idea to continue. So just to give us some direction that we, if we get something that we really can't handle, we probably should pass it along to the county manager. And also E, commissioners shall be aware of and comply with the restrictions of open meeting law when emailing and electronically communicating with other commissioners. We may want to add a line in there that commissioners should avoid reply all when they do their commit.
Agree.
So that it gives us once again some direction as to the hazards of replying all on their emails. I actually wish that item on a computer was stricken completely, right? So, because I've caught myself doing it at times also, and it's too late. You can't retract it. It's done. So I'm glad I've been able to review those emails that have done that too and say, oh, I didn't say anything that was really too much. So, Commissioner, Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. We can certainly make that change to E. As to A, B, and C, I think in the past, this language was intended to deal with the issue of when a commissioner responds to a member of the public, it could be the media, although we have a separate media section, whether they're speaking on behalf of the board's policy collectively, and under what circumstances the board feels comfortable with a commissioner responding to a question that has to do with county policy. Particularly on C, when you have somebody that was in the minority who disagreed with a policy, responding on behalf of the county as to that particular policy, which they voted against and disagree with, that I think is the context of Section 10C. To Mr. Noasad's point, and Commissioner Wes Rice's point, the more legalistic, more rules you have, these are intended to be a guide for you to work together. But again, I think just for context, I think that's why ABC and exists, as to, under what circumstances can a commissioner respond basically on behalf of the county or the Board of County Commissioners as to a policy issue. And you can get rid of A, B, and C, but I think that background might be helpful as you think about why this was here.
Well, if you get rid of A, how do we go about, where does it say that we can put an item on an agenda item forward? If it's not here, where is it?
It would be in Section 9, Commissioner Nosad.
No, we're on Section 10, public correspondence.
I thought we've been talking about 9.
No, I'm sorry, we're on item 10.
You want to get rid of A, B, and C in
A,
Section
B, and C
10.
on item 10, which is public correspondence.
I agree with- I agree.
Referring to, huh?
Delta,
Yeah, okay. So
Delete.
we're in concurrence that we want to get rid of A, B, and C? Okay, we'll strike A, B, and C. That's easy enough. Is there any questions about Section 11, closed session confidentiality?
closed session infers that
Hey.
it doesn't go past these doors. Is that right?
What's
A
it?
closed session,
Closed session,
no public participation.
that's right.
So it's going to stay in the room, period.
That's what it's supposed,
It's a non-meeting.
it's a non-meeting. Okay, and that's what I struggle with the wording on item C. Although board meetings with the county's legal counsel to discuss labor negotiations may occur during a closed session, these meetings are exempt. I'm not sure that wording is good, because that's indicating that we are having a board meeting that might be open to the public. Maybe we should say in closed meeting sessions of the board. I don't know. Mr.
Chairman, if I
Ritchie?
may.
Yes.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, A and B deals with situations where the board must comply with the open meeting law. In other words, minutes must be kept, but they're closed sessions, closed from the public. C is different from A and B in the sense that they aren't closed sessions. They're non-meetings for purposes of the open meeting law. So I know that's a hyper-technical explanation, but A and B deal with the board is meeting in compliance with the open meeting law, but the information that you're receiving, like personnel matters, very confidential personal matters, are closed to the public, but you still have to comply with aspects of the open meeting law. C is different. It's not truly a closed session. It's a non-meeting for purposes of the open meeting law. And again, those are also confidential, but no minutes are taken, there's no recording, they aren't posted. For purposes of the record, there is no record. It didn't exist because it's exempted under Nevada's open meeting law.
And it's exempted from even the agendizing process.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay.
So there's no confusion. A and B are like, C is completely different.
I just might ask Mr. Ritchie to finesse that language a little bit in line with what he just explained.
C. Okay.
Not necessarily,
C,
not necessarily
yes.
right now, but when the draft comes to us, right? Okay. Okay, item, section 12, are we done with that section 11? Okay, section 12, any thoughts or processes there?
I have one thought.
What's that?
I have one thought,
Okay,
which I apologize in advance for being negative because I usually do not think along these lines or operate along these lines, but there is not a provision for censure or reprimand. And the only avenue for a bad behavior on a board member is for the chair. Well, I guess it's also said, I guess B says the chair and the commissioners have the responsibility to intervene when the actions of any commissioner is in violation of the board's norms. I guess that would encompass censure and reprimand. Not that, I mean, I hope this would never happen, and I don't expect it to ever happen, but I don't want that language to, I would not want anyone to feel like that language does not allow for those actions in extreme circumstances.
In looking at the packet, somebody just showed me a hard copy that doesn't agree with what I've got in my computer here, that was just loaded in this morning.
This is page 614 of the agenda packet.
still working with the red line hard copy that I got a couple weeks ago. So
Should be the same.
it should be the same.
One more down here. I got there's section 12 right there.
Okay.
So I don't think we need to change that at all. I'm just commenting that that is something that I wouldn't want to take off the table as a possibility in extreme circumstances.
And let me make one suggestion. The packet shows me compliance and enforcement, section 12. It also shows me administration, section 12.
That's a typo.
Yeah, it's a typo.
Administration should be 13.
I know that.
Okay, so that's a typo, and we can, just so but I know what Commissioner Noah said is saying is that we all want to make sure we're talking about the same thing at the same time. So, something I wanted to visit, and so I appreciate your thought process there, Commissioner Hales. I didn't want to gloss over that. Commissioner Nosad, did you have your red light on? Or,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure. I mean, if you, anyways, as a matter of courtesy, I think that while we all represent all residents of the county, we do have geographical districts. So I think it'd be respectful of commissioners who want to hold events, town halls, meetings, whatever they want to do outside of their home district, to inform the commissioner that they're wanting to hold that event in. I'm wondering if we should have something in our policies in that regard. And I'm not, I thought maybe it would go under perhaps maybe Section 4, role of the commissioner, commissioner's conduct in general. So the thing I drew up and I would like you to consider is when and this is the writing that I have, and maybe it needs to be massaged a little bit, but when a commissioner conducts public functions, i.e. town halls, meetings, or events outside of their home district, they should inform their affected commissioner for possible inclusion. So that the other commissioner has an opportunity to participate as well. Commissioner Hales?
I might just put a period before for possible inclusion because, any commissioner can go have a coffee in any district and they don't have to necessarily include the other commissioner, but they should be informed, I think.
So I don't know if my visits with constituents at DST Coffee at my designated table necessarily falls into this category, but if you feel like it might, then, but I think DST Coffee may be in my district anyways.
No, I think that's different because it's not district specific, it's just where you happen to meet.
Other thoughts, Commissioner Rice?
I'm good with what you with what you stated. I think that as a matter of courtesy, any commissioner that is going to have an event in another commissioner's district should at least advise or invite the commissioner of that district.
Commissioner Nosad? I mean, the problem that I've found is that if the commissioner affected, in other words, his constituents would reach out and say, "Why weren't you at that event? Why, and that puts us in an awkward position. That's all. So just as a matter of courtesy. So you don't have, is there concurrence that I can give this, okay, to Mr. Ritchie for inclusion somewhere here? Perhaps at the end, maybe section 10 of this section. Okay.
Do you have another one, Chairman?
Go ahead.
No. I have.
Yeah, no. I think we're kind of through the document now, and I think we can go back and pick up individual sections that might need a little bit more clarification. Or you had, because you've had we've had 8 weeks now to discuss this, and so maybe you want to go back even to page 1 if you need to. So
I think it's okay. So I think there's a couple of things that were said, which I agree with completely, which is pretty unusual here. The document's way too confusing and repetitive and needs to be rewritten. Many of you don't know, but my dad was a basketball coach and they had to follow a manual called the NC2A Infractions Manual. Nobody understood what it said. You have too many pages. He said you should cut it down to 5 pages or 10 pages, the comments and stuff. I think that's what you should do here, in my opinion. This is what Commissioner Hayes has said. Second thing that I agree with Commissioner Rice is we should have general statements of what we're doing. We're trying to make specific things that are getting way too complicated. So with that said, there's 4 things that I want to propose that I think we should be added into this. Some of them which, and I'd like to just get a vote on it, whether they agree or not. So I made a copy of it, and I'll hand it down. You can give one to
I just wanted to make an observation. You want to cut it down, but now you want to add.
These are
just a joke. Yeah, it's just a joke.
I think we need to cut out a lot of the repetitive stuff and things that are more specific and get to general stuff. And as you'll see, all 4 of mine are going to be general stuff. You got to hand one more down. So the first one I put in, and this is something that I talked about in the last meeting. And then what I'd like to do is I'll read it off. We can have some discussion, but I'd like to get a vote. That's all I have.
We need to make copies for the public.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'm going to read it into the record. I'm going to read it into verbally.
Okay.
Well, so you're telling me I should have made copies for everybody here, and I didn't know how many people are going to be here. Okay. You want me to wait until she? I got 3 more. So you want me to do all of them? Yeah. I got 4 total ones that I think are general statements based upon the stuff we discussed that I think it clarifies where we stand each. Thank you. Can I read the first one in, or do we have to wait?
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, so the first
You're
one.
gonna read it verbatim. Right?
First one is county commissioners should try to do as much community outreach with their constituents as possible, and county staff should support these efforts, so long as it does not cost the county any money.
how do you utilize county staff and not cost any money?
Well, like when I was going to host my function in the park, all they had to do was designate it as a community outreach. Or how about when I asked to have a town hall in Lake Tahoe, when I asked to have a phone call made to the agency that had it. Phone call doesn't cost any money. I mean, common sense tells you what costs money or doesn't cost money. If you use it, we don't, this is something that I think the public needs to know and understand, and we can go back and decide how we want to handle this as a commission. Every city council or county commission I know, they work with community outreach, and usually they have a staff member or two that works directly with each of the county commissioners or city council person. And that staff member does all this. We don't have that here. And I discussed this with Commissioner Chairman Gardner, and he said, well, there's resistance about having even one staff for the entire county commissioners to do this stuff because of the cost. So basically, it all relies upon what comes to the county manager. So the county staff would be the county manager. And if you need help organizing a place to have a town hall, the county manager should be able to do so. Look, you can agree or not agree. I just want to know where everybody stands on it. I think the public should know where everybody stands on it. Look what it says here. County commissioners to try to do as much community outreach with their constituents as possible. Does anybody disagree with that? And county staff, and county staff
up to the,
should support these efforts so long as it doesn't cost the county any money.
I think that's up to the individual commissioner to determine, not to be mandated in norms or procedures.
Each commissioner can do this if they want to. That's what it's, and if they don't want to, that's fine. But the county staff can assist them in it.
Once again, I think you're trying to direct county staff here, and we're saying we're not going to have that.
That's okay. You can take a vote on it. I just want to. I'm going to have 4 statements, and I want to have a vote on each one.
The other thing is you indicate so long as it does not cost the county any money. But I would say that an event may not cost the county any money, but it may put the county into a liability situation that we don't necessarily want to incur.
That's not the case, Chairman Gardner. If you had an event like this, we have to cover our own insurance.
Commissioner Hills, your thoughts?
I agree that county commissioners should do community outreach. I hesitate to put that in the norms because the norms should be something that are expected. And each commissioner, I think, gets to do or not do community outreach, and the community will vote or not vote accordingly. As far as the second part of that, the county supporting these efforts, I would not support that because one commissioner may want to take a stand at any one community outreach event that may or may not be supported by the action of the full board, and for that reason, I don't support that. I don't know about other jurisdictions, but I do know here that I've never seen a local government support one member of the full body in doing any substantive event. So if there were county commissioners, all of us, doing a community outreach, like if there were a commissioner picnic, come and meet your commissioners, all of them, I would be in support of that, but not this as it's written.
Well,
Mr. Chairman?
You got him. Good.
Mr. Cates?
If I may, for the record, Patrick Cates, could I ask that we take a break? The clerk is still making copies of the document, and not everybody's seen it. I don't have a copy, neither does the DA.
Okay.
Why don't we take a break
why don't we
and
take
make copies of
10-minute break?
everything?
I have a few things I could cover while we're waiting. We'll take a break.
You want to go to another subject while we're waiting, or let's take a 10-minute break? Okay.
Thank you.
Back at,
Cates, I
what is
would
the,
appreciate-
it's 2:25. We'll be back at 2:35. Thank you.
I would appreciate a copy of that emailed.
Somehow we need to get that to Commissioner Rice.
out the pony.
Get up.
Recording in progress.
Okay. So, well, we have a minute yet. Okay, it's 2:35 and we're back in session, all 5 commissioners here. Just a quick question, have the documents been given to Commissioner Rice? Good, okay. I did want to, before we go into these things with Commissioner Tarkanian, there was a couple of other items that, one specific one that I think.
Okay, I got to object. Everybody was done. You said you were done with the document. I waited patiently till you were, then I started, and now you want to cut me off in the middle before I get done with my stuff. That's not right.
I apologize, Commissioner Tarkanian. We'll go into your items. And what you're trying to do is you're presenting 4 items to us, and basically you want us to each state on the record how we feel about that item.
I think you need to have a vote so that the county district manager and the district attorney can decide whether they're going to implement this into the norms and procedures. You can't take a vote without stating on the record where you stand on it.
Well, I suppose we could. We don't have to state why.
You don't have to state why. Just
Yeah,
want to,
okay.
yes, who supports it, who doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, it's what we do every day when we
Okay.
come to meetings.
Yeah. Okay, so the first one, Commissioner Rice, you have this in front of you now? And
I do.
believe members of the public have it. So the first one is county commissioners shall try to do as much community outreach with their constituents as possible, and county staff should support these efforts so long as it does not cost the county any money. Commissioner Rice, do you have any input on that?
First one that I have is transparency is critical to the success of the county government. That we should be as transparent as possible.
Wes, that's not there yet. There's 4 of them. The first one starts, county commissioners should try to do as much community outreach.
Well, that sounds a lot to me like we're in campaign mode. I respond to my constituents, and if somebody wants to know something, then I try to find out for them. But I don't have a high need to have town hall meetings once a month or whatever. I don't think that's necessary, at least not in my district. And you're doing a very good job of blanketing your district. So I think that you're comfortable with your community outreach, and I'm comfortable with mine. But I don't think that it needs to be mandated.
Okay. Commissioner Harris, any additional, I think you already commented on this one. Commissioner Nosad, did you want to comment on that?
Turn your mic on.
Microphone.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. I've got some modifications, and I'd like to see it say, county commissioners should do community outreach, period.
I think that's, I would hope that all of us would understand that that's one of our purposes of being a county commissioner, is to do public outreach and respond to our constituents. So I really don't see personally a need for this. And also, I believe this is also directing county staff, which we only have one employee, and that's the county manager. And so I don't concur with this. So anyways, are you suggesting we take a vote on that? Oh, okay.
Okay, so the second one, and again, I don't mean to take a whole lot of time, it's pretty simple. Second one was what Commissioner Rice was reading off. Transparency is crucial to the success of government. Commissioners should do everything they can to be as transparent to the public as possible.
Commissioner Hales, any comments on that? I mean, we're all being presented this at kind of a on the spot. Now we're having to try to digest it and come up with a response. So,
The concern I have is how someone defines transparent, and with the language, everything they can, shall do everything they can. Well, you could divulge confidential information, theoretically, and that would certainly be transparent, but it would be wrong. I believe we have transparency. It's called the open meeting law. And additional transparency is also good. Speaking with constituents, making yourself available, explaining the position of things the board has voted on, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all good. So in concept, I like this, but as written, I couldn't support it.
Commissioner Nosad, any questions or comments?
No, just a statement again. I'm trying to be as terse as possible with this. This is, the first sentence sets up a situation, transparency in government, period. That's well said. But then the commissioner shall do everything they can to be as transparent to the public as possible. And I think I would reword it such as the commissioner shall do everything they can to be transparent, period. And the
Commissioner Rice?
limitation to be as transparent as they can to be transparent, that as they can be, limited by open meeting law, closed meetings, and so on.
Commissioner Rice?
In my opinion, the open meeting law makes us transparent, and I don't think that we need to go beyond that.
Okay, and I'll share my concerns, the same concerns that Commissioner Hales indicated, is that there are times where we would all love to be more transparent than we have the legal ability to do. Open meeting law or labor negotiations that are currently taking place. I know that we've all wanted to try to respond to accusations that we are not being fully supportive of our law enforcement agencies, and yet we know that we are. But to go beyond that would violate open meeting law and also labor negotiations. So I, once again, and I think I work very hard to be transparent. As a matter of fact, sometimes to my detriment. I sometimes too transparent, and I kind of wear my emotions on my sleeve, and sometimes that can work to my detriment. So, Commissioner Hales, you had your microphone on. You wanted to.
Oh, I just wanted to, before we leave this, I wanted to compliment Commissioner Tarkanian, because when in his emails that he just factually condenses what's going to be on the agenda and what we're going to talk about, I think that is a real service, and it's a good thing. And it helps the public because the agenda is long and wordy, and when he summarizes it in a factual way, I think that's a service, and I appreciate it.
Comment?
Not in this one, no.
Okay. You got to turn your mic off.
Okay, and I'll read the third one then?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Okay. You're welcome to.
Okay, the third one. When a constituent advises a county commissioner that they are facing a problem which is not being addressed, the county commissioner should work with the county manager and the heads of the department to try and resolve the problem whenever possible.
Once again, I would wordsmith this. I'd like that when a constituent advises the county commissioner that they are facing a problem which is not being addressed, like flooding your street and lot, the county commissioner should work with the county manager to try to resolve the problem. period. Communications between us and the department heads is not the right thing to do. We have one employee, that guy right there.
Okay. I understand where Commissioner Tarkanian is on this. When a constituent advises a county commissioner that they are facing a problem which is not being addressed, that's a very subjective term. That just because they're thinking that might not be being addressed, it may be being addressed. And so who makes that determination? And I agree with Commissioner Noasad that the county commissioner should work with the county manager. So I met with a couple of my constituents, I'll give you an example of this, that live out on Pine Nut Road 2, okay, way deep in the Pine Nuts. And they have a road problem on a county maintained road, but all it is road base and gravel and things of that nature. So I met with them. They were under the perception that item was not being resolved or addressed. So I took all that information myself, once again, at my standard table at DST Coffee when I met with them, and I took all that information, and then I immediately called our county manager, and I asked him for a few minutes, and I took all those documents and handed them to Patrick Cates, and Patrick Cates then went to his department head to work on the issue. So that's where I see was the appropriate action. I hope my commissioners would concur with that. So I don't know where we would necessarily put this in the policy. Would this be? I don't know where we would put it, but anyways, I just wanted to make that comment. Commissioner Hales?
I think this is already in there in different language.
In a different language.
Mm-hmm.
It actually is not in there based upon a vote that you guys did in the last meeting. Wes?
Commissioner Rice, any comments?
No, I concur that when something is brought to our attention and somebody doesn't think that it's being addressed, then we should go to the county manager. He's our only employee. And can be done that the county manager will take care of that. He always has in the past. So I'm not comfortable with going to the county staff at all.
Let me know, Chairman, when you're ready for the next. Do you have something you wanted to add to this one?
Okay. What's that? Sure.
Okay, fourth and final one. County commissioners shall take into consideration the advice made by an advisory board, but must decide issues based upon what each commissioner believes is in the best interest of the residents of Douglas County.
Well, as I'm looking at section F, under Commissioner, let's see, trying to get to that section. I think this is covered, but I might be wrong. Huh?
Section 4.
Section 4?
Page 610 of the agenda packet.
6. Oh, boy. Okay.
Which part of section?
And so I had some different wording. I'm looking at section F on page 2 of 10 of 15 of the hard copy, and that is in regards to commissioner conduct with committees. Is it possible to pull that up? Okay. So I think that wording is kind of ambiguous, and I'd like to refine that language a little bit to say commissioner conduct with advisory boards, commissions, or committees. and because I think that's kind of ambiguous. And then it says the chair works through the committee chairs. I'm not sure I like that language. And commissioners shall treat all members of the committees with appreciation and respect. I don't know, that, I think that goes without saying, does it not? You know, all of us should respect our advisory boards committees.
You just made it complex by naming the boards and the different entities.
Yeah.
I would recommend a county commissioner, drop the S, shall take into consideration the advice made by an advisory board, but must decide issues based on what the commissioner believes is in the best interest of the residents in the county. And that's the guy who's going to say, okay, I think this is okay, I'm going to vote for it. The other four might not take that, but it's the path.
So you agree with that or don't agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I somehow, so you're taking a silent vote that you're going to disagree, okay, never mind. So county commissioners shall take into, where would we put this? Would we put this under this section, commissioner conduct with advisory boards?
You can put it anywhere you can put it anywhere the
Well, I was hoping
district
that you
attorney
might,
feels is
recommend
appropriate.
a location when you presented this, that's all.
We can put it anywhere the district attorney believes it's most appropriate. I would think section 5 would be fine. I'm not here to work within this document, as I stated when I first made these comments. I think this whole document needs to be reworded down to about 4 pages at most. But it's just a simple question. I mean, what do you feel that the commissioner's responsibility is? Commissioner Novostat's given an opinion. I'd like to hear the other 3.
Commissioner Hills.
Prefacing this by saying that this is, we haven't had time to ponder. So these are off-the-cuff responses. There's a lot that goes into advisory boards. And there's a lot of factors regarding advisory boards. For instance, if an advisory board decision is unanimous, but I understand that their makeup is diverse, then I'm going to give considerable weight to what that advisory board says, especially if it's a matter that they have considered over time and in a very deep way. If an advisory board sends something to us with a vote that's divided, and there are other considerations that may mean it would, a recommendation might carry less weight. So I'm saying there's a lot of complexity that is not reflected in this sentence. Perhaps more fundamentally than that, I have concern about the use of the word but. So we're asking these members of these boards to spend so much time, volunteer. We're asking them to do the groundwork that we don't have time and sometimes we don't have expertise to do. And then I'm going to tell them, you can go ahead and give me a suggestion, but I'm going to do whatever I want. That doesn't sit well with me. Because I'm going to do more than just glance at what they do. It's going to be weighty. If they have given considerable effort to coming with a good recommendation, it's going to carry a lot of weight with me. That said, every commissioner always should do what is in the best interest of the residents of the county. So I would say that this subject has a lot more complexity than is presented in this one sentence. And I'm not sure that it would be wise to try and describe in words what a commissioner's role is in light of each advisory board.
Well,
Commissioner Rice, I don't know if you weighed in on this subject yet,
go ahead.
and we'll come back.
No, I did not weigh in on it yet. I think that sometimes we get confused between what's a governing board and what's an advisory board. And I think that when the advisory board does come to us, that we should heed what they're saying, but sometimes things get skewed. Sometimes something gets through an advisory board that would not be in the best interest of the rest of the county. So I think that in every case, we're going to have to weigh things on its own merit. And we can't, just because an advisory board comes in and tells us something, I don't think that we should automatically put our stamp of approval on it.
And I understand, once again, I understand where Commissioner Tarkanian is going with this, and I appreciate the concept. And I agree with Commissioner Hales when she says that every decision that we make, we should base it on our own personal beliefs as to what is in the best interest of the residents of Douglas County. That's exactly why we got elected. However, we do have quite a few advisory boards, and we do give them, we ask them to research areas for us. They are our eyes and ears to those different areas. But I've watched it go both ways, both as a member of the public and as a member of this board, where an advisory board would, the Planning Commission, for instance, or Parks and Rec, or the other boards have indicated that they feel like we should do something. That doesn't mean that we're bound to do that. And we have to take, I do weigh what they say and take into consideration what they say, but I don't allow myself to be locked into their way of thinking either. Because something may have happened between the time that they reviewed the issue and I see the issue that may have mitigated what they're reviewing. So I don't know where we put this. I don't necessarily,
Mr. Chairman, I think you're the deciding vote now, so it's either, if you agree with it, we can have the district attorney put it in where he feels it's appropriate. If you don't agree with it, then it's 3-2 the other way.
I didn't realize you were taking the vote.
What good is it if we don't?
All right, let me add something here. I mean,
Go
you
ahead,
could break.
Commissioner Noasad. I forgot to come back to you when I said I would.
Thank you. There's three elements here: the commissioner's ideas, the advisory board's ideas, and the citizens' ideas. You take each of those into consideration before you make a vote. Be that advisory board for Parks and Recreation or the Debt Command and Control, right? The Debt Commission. You take those three things into consideration before you vote. That's what this paragraph is saying.
Okay. I would not have any objections to entering this into item number 3 under item F of commissioner conduct with committee advisory boards. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I just would be super careful because I don't want to diminish the role of advisory boards. I want our best and brightest people willing to volunteer. Okay. And if we are not, and if we're limiting in any way the weight that we put, except for the best interests, I agree that always should be there, but I don't want to imply that we are going to limit the role of advisory boards. I don't like that statement.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't commented on any of these yet, and I've let you guys talk around some of them, but I'm not going to not respond to this one. It's a very simple concept. The advisory board is advisory. They're supposed to go out and they're supposed to hear public testimony or whatever they get on different issues where they can be an expert at hearing that type of discussions. And there are going to be some things they may have knowledge on that we don't. There's going to be other things that are going to be just their basic policy decision. And we're going to see that with the VHR Advisory Board's recommendations. There's going to be certain things that are policy decisions where they ignored information that was brought to them because they didn't agree with that policy. So the question is, because again, I've talked with you guys, I talked to at least two of you, and the third has said it on the record, that the advisory board's decisions are going to hold unless you show, as Commissioner Hales told me, abuse of discretion. And I have a bit difference of opinion on that. I think you take advice from the advisory board, you then weigh that advice based upon giving them great deference, that they went out and took testimony and looked into things, if that's what they did. And then you decide, is this the right policy for the best interest of your constituents? And I think it's your decision to make, and that's what this says. Now, if you don't agree with this, that's fine, Commissioner Hales, but it has nothing to do with taking away from the work of advisory board. Just because you don't agree with somebody, you take away their work from them, or you devalue them. That's the other word you use, devalue them. That's not devaluing them. Hell, I disagree with my mother, who I respect tremendously, all the time, more so with my wife. It doesn't mean I devalue them. I mean, you just have a difference of opinion. Now, I believe, and again, this is me, you guys can do whatever you want. This is what this purpose is for. Take a vote on it, but don't twist the words around. I believe every county commissioner should make a decision, taking all the information they possibly can, including the valuable information they get from the advisory board, and then vote on the best interest of what they think is the best interest of the constituents, and that's what this says.
And I think, Commissioner Tarkanian, you've taken comments by board members out of context when we've talked about that. I think we all take into consideration all aspects, including the advice and recommendations of our advisory boards, but we don't necessarily hold ourselves to those decisions that they may have brought forward to us or their recommendations. If we're ever going to put something of this nature in, I would suggest perhaps the word should say, county commissioners shall take into consideration the advice made by an advisory board, however should decide issues based on what each commissioner, rather than but must. However should.
I'm fine with that.
I'm wondering why we need it.
I'm not sure we do either, but
I think it is. I think you need it. And I just described the three elements of this, and it applies to all the boards, the five of us, and the residents. So if you got those three elements down, then you got a good basis for a vote, whether you vote nay, yay, or not voting. With respect to, I don't care whether you say advisory board or any board, anything that lays in that position, put in there the county, like I said, Recs and Parks and Recs, any of those boards that come to us for a responsible decision, that we have to take these three things into consideration. How you word it, you might say, yeah, okay, made by an advisory board and must decide the issues based on.
So once again, I am concerned about putting this into a policy simply because I'm nervous about an advisory board feeling disenfranchised or not considered it valuable to the process. And we have 20 boards. We appoint nearly 100 people to those boards in this county. And by us putting in here that we don't treasure their experience and their knowledge and their interest in looking into it, then that's where I have concerns about this statement. Because I don't want any of them to feel like they're less than valuable to our community. So,
Mr. Chairman, at your convenience.
I'm just not sure about this one.
So I'm trying to understand how you think that the advisory board of any name or title is being denigrated here, because I don't think it is. In fact, it's elevating them to the position where they're 1/3 of the vote.
Chairman Gardner, it's fine, whatever you want to do, but you got to give direction unless we're going to come back again and debate this all over again. I thought we were trying to get this finished today and give direction to the county staff and district attorney's office of what to put in and not put in the norms and procedures. Right now, it's 2-2, and your vote makes a difference.
I've expressed my concerns about it, okay? And those are on the record. Once again, I think the only way that I'm not sure, however, should decide, the wording just troubles me. The wording troubles me. I don't mind putting something of this nature into the norms and procedures, like I said, county commissioner conduct with advisory boards as a third item. We need to massage the language.
Okay, we'll have another motion, we'll have another agenda item of this sort so we can make a final decision at a later time, so you have more time to think about it. It's fine. Done, so you guys can go on to the... I'll vote on the to go ahead and include this, but once again, we need to massage that language.
If I may. Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. I know members of the board may be counting votes in their head, but it would be inappropriate to actually take a vote or vote before public comment. So before you take a formal position, I would request that the board allow public comment, which may influence the thinking or facilitate further discussion by the board. So I know we're keeping track, but
That's a good point, but you've made a bunch of changes on the thing already from the last 3 meetings. You're going to make more from the ones today. We made all those votes or decisions without public comment. It doesn't matter. I didn't want this to take a long time. Let me just tell you, my twins turned 18 today. I'm leaving at 4:30. I'm taking them to dinner. So I didn't mean it to take a long time. I just thought everybody can state their opinion. But if you want to have public comment right after and do it, that's fine too.
Well, it's an action item, so we are going to have to take public comment. But there was just a couple of other nuances in the document that I wanted to mention that I thought about under commissioner conduct with the public. Item D. I'm trying to let's see, what's that? I think it's all about commissioner conduct with another. Okay, wow. Section 4, role of the commissioner. 4D, item 6, it says, commissioners shall not debate issues with members of the public. I think that needs to say, commissioners shall not debate issues with members of the public during a Board of Commissioners meeting. Okay? We have the obligation to talk with our constituents after the meetings to debate issues, right? So, I mean, that's part of the process. So I think we need to just, clarification standpoint, we need to have during a Board of Commissioners meeting.
Point of order, sir.
What's that?
Point of order.
Yes.
If we are going to take a vote on this and you're going to call for public comment, what's the next step?
We'll
Bring
come
it
back.
back to the
We'll
board
come
for
back,
com-
and all we're going to do is give direction to staff to
No,
bring this
no,
forward.
no. We're going to make comments. We can do that during that time.
Yes, we can.
All right?
Yeah.
So don't say it's.
Okay, so I think we got a point of clarification, and this is a jest, so you know I'm just joking. Okay, yes, you're right. It has to be only here in the meetings, because when we get outside, you have to explain to people why you don't agree with them on an issue. You cannot do it dignified. Right. But are you going to put in there an exception to Jason Garrett?
That's a point noted. Okay. Also, under that similar section, and I think it roll with county staff, section 5, roll with county staff. I'm going to suggest the replacement or the replacement of a particular word. It says staff shall remain objective on issues. I think that should stay staff shall remain neutral on issues, not objective on issues. So that we're not allowing the staff to enter their personal opinions. I think objective is maybe, I would prefer that staff be neutral on issues rather than an opponent or a proponent. Just a slight nuance, I understand, but.
How is it that we are conducting dialogue with the staff? I thought we went through the boss over there to get that dialogue across to the staff.
I think this is actually when information or presentations or ordinances are brought before us, we're asking the staff to remain neutral on that issue rather than necessarily objective on that issue. I don't know. Maybe it's a slight nuance that doesn't need clarification. Commissioner Hales?
Well, sometimes we get recommendations from staff and we want recommendations from staff. I wonder about strike that first sentence. Staff should not be an advocate for issues unless so directed by commissioners, but may make recommendations.
I like that change. I concur. Just strike that first sentence, right? Staff will remain, okay, so you just want to start that paragraph. Staff shall not be an advocate for issues unless so directed by commissioners, but make recommendations, right? Okay, I can buy that. That's even clearer. What?
Please restate that again.
Yes, item 5, role of county staff, section G, strike the words, staff will remain objective on issues, and just go to staff should not be an advocate for issues. Okay.
Ask a clarification.
Yes.
For the record, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Just to clarify, staff in their role, particularly community development as an example, they have to present whether the required findings can be met per county code. In that role, they're not advocating necessarily for the approval for the project. What they are stating is, at least in their mind, an objective fact that these findings can be made. Now, the board may disagree whether those in fact have been met or not, but I just wanted to clarify that when staff brings forward something, they're not advocating for a position, they're stating facts. We believe these findings of fact can be made. And then it's up to the board to decide whether in fact that's true or whether the application or permit or zoning change should be approved.
It's been my observation as a member of the public and as a member of this board that sometimes staff has come forward and by their own wording have appeared to be not neutral, not objective, but rather an advocate on behalf of the individual. And we're asking that that not happen.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Cates?
I'm struggling with this. I can think of...
Because you're staff, right?
Yeah, I can think of a lot of situations where staff makes recommendations and not just as to whether it meets certain criteria. I mean, the example of community development is a good one, but it's not the only one. We're going to have an agenda item later in this meeting where we're going to talk about legislation, and I'm making recommendations of positions that you should take. I mean, if I took this literally, I would not do that. I would just say, here's all the bills. What do you want to do?
Well, the part, okay.
Staff, if I could just, I mean, staff, there's a lot of things that come on the agenda. There's contracts we're recommending that be approved. To say staff never has a position and shouldn't make recommendations, I'm really struggling with that.
If you read the whole sentence, Mr. Cates, it says staff should not be an advocate for issues unless so directed by commissioners, but may make recommendations based on the information that is available. So we're asking you to make those, be an advocate in that regard. Well, I mean, how does striking staff shall remain objective on issues? How does removal of that sentence, this is the current information. So we're not striking anything other than that first line, staff will remain objective on issues. And that's all Commissioner Hales is recommending. It doesn't change anything. That's already in the boards and policies. Okay. That's item 5, section 5, role of county staff, paragraph G. I think we do rely, Mr. Cates, we do rely heavily on advice from you. But that's also, I think it's covered unless so directed by commissioners. We very much rely and depend on your input. I don't want you to misunderstand that. This is not directed at you. I'm just trying to get some clarification of that particular one. Commissioner Rice, anything to share?
Not really. I'm sort of lost in the weeds on this one.
Okay.
I think that staff's job is to, particularly something that has to do with community development, anything like that. I think that their job is to look at it and then advise us. And if that's taking a position in favor, then that's what they're there for.
All I'm doing is stating what is in now, the norms and procedures. We're not changing anything other than that first 5 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 words. Anyways.
I don't want to do anything to make staff think that we devalue their opinions. That's all.
That's like that other one. Yep, I agree.
I think that would be evident by our vote.
Okay. It's also mentioned on page, I'm sorry to go back on this, but section 7, role of the public, item E says members of the public should not be allowed to approach individual commissioners while the meeting is in progress. It's been suggested by our district attorney, Mark Jackson, that we should add the words, members of the public should not be allowed to approach individual commissioners or the dais while the meeting is in progress. It's almost synonymous, but you know, there's just a slight nuance there. Okay.
I like it.
Sounds like legalese to me. When we have a break, we get out here and talk to people. People come up here and talk to us.
It says while the meeting is in progress.
Okay.
That's when we're taking a recess. Yeah. So, yeah, there is a difference there. Yeah. So, okay. Are we pretty much done with this thing, you think? No, you have some things. Okay.
I have some things. I'm going to say page numbers. Page agenda packet 602. This is section 3B5. It states the chair will allow other commissioners to speak first on items before the board and will then state her summary. I think it should say, instead I would like it to say the board and will then speak on the item, because the chair gets to speak on the item. You don't have to, chair doesn't have to summarize. I don't think, my next one is.
And I think that's appropriate also. So.
Okay. My next one is page 604 of the agenda packet, which is section 4A, number 9. This is when dealing with reconsideration. I would like to add, unless there are changed circumstances warranting reconsideration, because sometimes changed circumstances happen and provide a good basis for reconsideration. On
Or 604, item 9, right?
Well, I'm looking at the
If
red line.
if a commissioner who voted in favor of a matter wants the matter to be reconsidered, the commissioner has the duty to place the item on a future agenda for the board's reconsideration with 30 days of the vote. A supermajority of the commissioners must vote in favor of the reconsideration of the matter before it is considered by the commissioners. That's the section you're
Yes,
at?
and
Okay.
then I would just add another sentence along the lines of, if there are changed circumstances warranting reconsideration, the matter may also be reconsidered.
Are you suggesting that the commissioner doesn't have to be in the majority on the issue to bring it back forward?
I'm saying that if there are changed circumstances, you wouldn't have to, for instance, meet the 30 days of the vote limitation.
Okay.
Or perhaps maybe not a supermajority. I think changed circumstances are a legitimate reason to have a reconsideration without these other requirements.
Do you have an example of changed circumstance?
Not at the moment, but I think
Then
it's
I suggest that what you've just tried to put in there can't be defined by anybody. And so
Well, all I'm going to say in difference to that is that it says here reconsideration with 30 days of the vote. Now, if a developer comes forward and then all of a sudden changes his plan, he has to go back through the planning process
Yeah, we don't want
anyways,
that. Yeah.
right? So that would be a different process. So,
Okay, I can leave that one.
Okay.
Just leave that one. On page 605 of the agenda packet, which is commissioner conduct with one another, that's section 4, B3.
Yes. B3.
We've worked with this before. Commissioners will avoid, and we've changed this a little bit, negative, and then we landed on offensive. I would prefer derogatory rather than offensive, because offensive is, what's offensive to one person isn't offensive to another, and how do you even say what's offensive?
So you're
And
suggesting
derogatory can mean the same thing.
I'm willing to live without that one, just brought it up. Down a few from that, number 6, commissioners may disagree on issues and be on different sides of an issue, but they will always respect and value each other is the part that I would like to change to, but they will always act respectfully towards each other, because you can't really make someone value someone else.
I can accept that. Commissioner Turkanian? Yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable, sure.
Okay?
Yep, and I see Commissioner Rice's head shaking yes, up and down. It's
And
not a bobblehead, right? You don't have it on your desk.
Next, section C, commissioner conduct with staff, number 1, says commissioners should always feel free to speak directly with the county manager. Well, there again, we're talking about feelings. So I think it should say commissioners may always speak directly with the county manager.
Yep, you can't direct feelings, can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Along those lines.
Wait a minute. I want to make sure that Deputy DA Ritchie is keeping his fingers busy here.
So a point of clarification, C1, may versus can, what you're really saying is power, has the powers, so can. Commissioners
Sure.
can speak directly.
Yeah, just take the feel free out.
Got it.
Okay.
Done.
Are you going to take all the other feel frees out of this document too?
I don't know. Along the same lines, though, the next section is D, commissioner conduct with the public. Commissioners will make the public feel welcome. We're going to make you feel welcome.
We try to make you feel
Maybe it should be commissioners will be welcoming to the public.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah.
You read your notes, didn't you?
What's that?
You read your notes or the supplementals.
Yeah, which I'm going to credit. I'm going to credit.
Okay.
And then on page 611, which is section 5, number I, or letter I, it talks about hot issues. And the last sentence is, it is up to the chair to inform other members of the board or provide direction to the county manager or elected official of hot issues. I think that needs to be revised because I think it would be an open meeting law if the chair were to tell other members of the board about a hot issue. It could be risky.
That last line you're talking about.
The last sentence.
Yeah, it is up to the chair to inform other members. Probably not a good idea. You're right. That's an open meeting law violation.
I think so.
Yep, I agree.
And then.
You got that? Okay.
And I don't even know what J is about. The county manager will advise management to become more aware of and sensitive to potentially political or controversial issues. The county manager will advise management, I don't know who management is, to become more aware of because potentially they haven't been as aware as they should have. I don't know, it's just so weird. I would take that whole thing out. Okay.
Commissioner Turkanian, you good? Okay. Rice, Commissioner Rice, shake your head up and down. Yes, thank you. Okay.
All right, that's
Me
all.
too.
That's
it?
all I have for specific language, but I
Okay.
have two other things.
Okay.
When we go on a long time, I have to stand up. So, I mean, just as a Norman procedure, I don't care if anyone stands up during the meeting because it's not healthy for you to sit for 2 hours at a time and not stand up. So, I don't care if you write that in there or not, but I am just stating everyone should stand up periodically
Take a moment of personal privilege.
and just stand behind your chair.
Yep, including us.
Yes.
Okay.
At any time, stand up.
Okay, can we go to public comment on this now?
No, I have one more.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And this is, I guess, maybe the most important thought that's been ruminating with me. I believe that leadership should model what they want to see in the organization. And what I want for this county is respect, efficiency, collaboration, support of each other. I think that as an organization, we'll do better when we have these things happening. And I see a lot of them already, and I like that. To that end, I would suggest that we, 5 commissioners, plan once a month to maybe have breakfast before we start our meetings, or some other moment where we can just be people with each other and get to know each other a little better. And that may enhance the way that we interact, the way we understand each other, and the way we value each other's input. I think that breaking bread together could be a real good way of helping us get to those attributes that I've mentioned.
And may I ask, where would we do this? Your house.
Can I weigh in on this one?
Please do, Mr. Rice.
Excuse me. What we used to do before we changed the hours was we would have a lunch that we would post that the commissioners would be having lunch at a certain place at a certain time so that we were not in violation of open meeting law. And we would have lunch together along with the district attorney and the county manager. And we would not discuss anything that was on the agenda. We would simply get to know each other and talk about family or whatever. And I think that's, Charlotte, I think that's a very good, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hales. I think that's a very good idea because sometimes we take things personal that happen when we're taking votes. And I don't think that we need to do that because every one of us, hopefully, are intelligent, caring people. And because somebody disagrees with this doesn't mean that we need to take it personally. I think you're suggesting once a month, maybe getting together for breakfast, say, well, I don't want plug any particular business, but there are several places that would welcome having us come in for breakfast, and as well as having enough room to allow some public access. So I like your idea a lot. Thank you.
If I like that, the way you said it, but I would require the DA be there to describe what open meeting law violations mean and how they come about.
Actually, the district attorney was part of that breakfast. I mean, was part of that lunch. So to make sure that we didn't stumble and do something in violation of the open meeting law.
So, Mr. Assistant District Attorney, are you up for a free meal?
I'll pay my own way.
Okay.
We all paid our own way.
Anyways, perhaps Mr. Cates can look into that process, okay? Making sure that we do not violate open meeting law. So, good idea, Commissioner House. Okay, are we ready to go to public comment on this? Okay, let's go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment here in chambers? Ms. Waller.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I wasn't going to comment on this, but it went all over the place today. My first recommendation is something like this should have been at the end of the meeting. There's 2 projects. If Commissioner Tarkanian has to leave, it messes up your voting structure. It also, microtransit is a hot topic. I think all of you should be here to discuss the hot topics or issues, whatever you want to call them. I also take a little offense to how you view advisory. You're talking about staff now being advisory, your commissions being advisory, in a way that disincentivizes people from the public from wanting to stand up. I want to thank Commissioner Hales. Again, I've spent personally 18 months on the vacation home rental policy changes. I'm talking about more information than any of you have probably consumed or can consume, and I think in that case, and it'll be a separate case and separate issue from recommending bodies who have participated. Same as our Planning Commission. I try to attend most of their meetings, not just yours, to get a better impression from a broader spectrum of people in the county. I happen to be District 4. That doesn't mean I don't talk to other commissioners. It doesn't mean that I'm not truly invested in Tahoe issues as well as in the Valley. I also have concerns. The word unbiased came to mind in staff reporting, and no disrespect to staff, but sometimes the applicant's package is almost duplicative of what the staff report is. I mean, there has to be some difference in the language. Again, no disrespect to any member of staff here. Also, this process today, you've gone through so many things, the public comment gets lost. Maybe you need to package 2 or 3 of the norms and then call for public comment. So it's cohesive as a process. I come from aerospace, I dot I's, I cross T's. I am your wordy, nerdy person. I mean, I know I provide you folks with tons of information, but that is the public perspective, and I'm happy many times to see the concern of some of the things I brought forward as advisory, because you don't have time to look, and I have the privilege, the opportunity, and the passion to want to do it. Thank you.
James McCallop for the record. Just the genesis of the staff being neutral came back to the public's feeling when there were developments being discussed, and the staff presentation seemed to be more like they were selling homes than they were being objective. And I think that's where that came from, was a serious, and many, many people objected to the way it was being done at that time. I haven't seen that in a long time, but I think that was the genesis of what that was about. Now I'd like to both agree and disagree with Commissioner Tarkanian. I very much agree that this is too long a document. I liked his comment to reduce it to 4 pages. He compared it to the NCAA rules. I agree. I think in the comments about advisory boards, I believe commissioners should be getting their information from a variety of sources. Come from the staff, from advisory board, from the public comment. And I hope that every commissioner is ultimately voting on what he or she thinks is the best interest of the county and the residents. And I'm just surprised it really needs to be in a document like this. I hope that's why you ran. I hope that's why you're here. That's ultimately what you should be doing. And I just think this document becomes so wordy, and sometimes you're saying things that, if those things aren't true, you shouldn't even be here. And that's an example of that. I hope you're all doing that every time you vote. Even when you disagree, that's fine. That you think that's your perception of what's best for the residents of the county is why you should be voting how you vote. Thank you.
Jim Slade. On the subject of staff presentations and recommendations to the board, and whether they should be objective or neutral or unbiased, it was mentioned that staff often makes recommendations based on whether the item meets the required findings. This was referred to as findings of fact. Having listened to a great many of those, I would submit that they are often not actually findings of fact, but rather opinions as to whether the required findings have been met or not. Many times those required findings are merely repeated in the affirmative with little or no, sometimes no credible evidence to prove them. Some have even suggested that at times in the past, staff, perhaps the director, decided that staff will support or deny a particular item and then tailors all the required findings to match that decision, regardless of whether it would be credible to a reasonable person or not. One example that comes to mind was, out in East Valley a few years back where, somebody wanted to put in these 9-acre lots or something and subdivide some 40 acres or whatever. And the question was, is there a demonstrated need? And the response was, yes, there is a demonstrated need. And then they proceeded to say that there are no acreages available between 9 and 9.99 acres in this East Valley area, neglecting the fact that that was a far too precise consideration of it, but also neglecting the fact that, less than a quarter mile away, there were 2 other areas of the county, whose names I don't recall at the moment, the airport section and the others where there were some available. So, just regurgitating the required finding and then saying it can be met does not necessarily mean that it is met to the mind of a reasonable person. Sam Booth, when he was planning manager here, had come from a community, I believe in Indiana, where staff didn't make recommendations to the board on community development issues, but merely tried to accurately explain the positive and negative aspects of a project to the board and then allowed the board, the final decision makers, to make up their own decisions. I spoke to him about that, and it was an interesting, very different way than the way we approach it. It has some pluses and minuses, I'm sure, but I think it might be worth a try. Often I find that the way it's working now does seem very biased and comes up with unrealistic findings and facts, and so I think it might be worth trying a different method. Thank you.
Is there an additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
So we'll bring it back to the board. We're not going to take action today. We have made our recommendations to Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie, who will, as I understand it, bring back a red line copy for us to, or a resolution. Is that right? A resolution to approve on the March 16th meeting? Okay, okay. We have spent a lot of time on this issue, so hopefully we're getting past that. So with that said, we will go into item number 10. Ms. Waller, I appreciate what you're saying in regards to having this, but we've done that and then not gotten to that item. So it was determined by this board that we wanted to tackle that item today and get it over with. So I appreciate your thought process there. So item number 10 for possible action, discussion on land division application DP 22-0024. 0224, I'm sorry. I'm going to start that over again. Land division application DP 22-0224, a request for a tentative subdivision map to create 48 airspace condominiums for the second phase of the Tahoe Beach Club, a residential condominium and beach club development project. The subject property is located along Beach Club Drive in the R-077 residential Oliver Park zoning district in the Tahoe Community Plan, APN 1318-22-310-008, 009, 010, 012, 013, and 1318-22-710-011. The applicant and project representative is Patrick Ramey, CEO, Beach Club Development Phase 2, LLC, being presented by Ms. Rao, and joined by Deputy District Attorney Cynthia Gregory.
And I believe Tom Dallaire is available on Zoom. If any questions arise, I was just here in case he wasn't available.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. So if you're not aware of the location for Tahoe Beach Club, it is west of Highway 50 at the terminus of Kale Drive along Beach Club Drive. The zoning is R-070, residential 077. It's a plan area statement, and it's in the Oliver Park GID. A little background on the project. Back in June 24th of 2011, the project was approved through the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. They converted a 155-unit mobile home park to 12 multifamily residential buildings, totaling 143 units. With that, there was a relocation of the water treatment facility that was adjacent to the lake, which is currently the parcel where the clubhouse is located. They moved the treatment facility plant to along Kell Drive. Next along came the subdivision map, LDA 15-026. It was approved on November 10th, 2015 by the Planning Commission and November 19th, 2015 by the board. The approval included 12 multifamily residential parcels, 1 common area parcel, and a parcel for the water treatment facility. Next came the subdivision map for the condo units. That was on May 10th of 2016, approved by the Planning Commission, and May 19th, 2016 by the board. The applicant then made a modification to that and submitted a separate application to change that LDA 16008 from 48 units to 101 units, and that was with application LDA 17020. Planning Commission approved that November 14th of 2017, and the board approved that on December 7th of 2017. Following that, there was a modification to the Land Division Application 15026, approved last September, adjusting the parcel configuration. And then this past February, the Planning Commission heard the application that's before you today, DP 22-0224, and it was approved on February 14th, 2023. Continuing with the background, the applicant has proposed 3 phases to the project. Phase 1 included 2 buildings. Parcel 1 has 25 units, parcel 2 has 21 units. That's built, people are living there. That's completed. Phase 2 is parcels 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, and that's for 48 units, and that's in 6 buildings. And that's what we're here for today is the condo units for those buildings. And then Phase 3 is going to be parcels 8, 10, 11, and 12 for 49 units in 6 buildings. As a condition, of course, all maps have to be final prior to construction of the condominium units. Tentative map, the next few slides are the maps. You can find that on packet page 649. I'm not going to go into detail on this. We can certainly go back if you have questions, but you can see here, this parcel is where the clubhouse is, and then you have the 2 parcels with the buildings 1 and 2 that are completed already, and then phases 2 and 3. And I have a phasing map that we'll be discussing. And so here are the layouts for the different parcels. They're on the pages, like I said. If you want to talk about that, we can go back to that. If you haven't been up there, this is a photo of the clubhouse. It's complete, it's existing. These are buildings 1 and 2 for the first phase. And then these are simulation photos of the proposed buildings for this phase that we're discussing today. And then the phasing map. Here's the beach club, first 2 buildings that are built, and then the next phase we have here, and the final phase is phase 3. Public comment was received for the Planning Commission meeting. Other than public comment that you may have received earlier in the meeting today, we have not received any other public comment. Staff believes the findings have been made in the affirmative. And findings can be found on packet page 647. And staff is recommending approval of land division application DP 220224 for Tahoe Beach Club based on the ability to make the required findings as outlined in the staff report and subject to the recommended conditions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Tarkanian?
I have a couple just to clarify. So I've been up there. First of all, someday I hope I can be successful and live in a nice place like that. I just think it's so beautiful. But is this one already started construction? Because I've been up there and there's construction being done on one of them.
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. Yes, Mr. Tarkanian, Commissioner Tarkanian. Yes, they have. They have started construction on the shell. They can get a shell permit through the building department, and then once they get the subdivision map final, they can start construction of the condominium units inside the building.
Okay, so my next question is to the county manager. When is Carroll Road supposed to be resurfaced? Carroll Drive?
For the record, Patrick Cates, that project is scheduled to start this summer.
When would this construction start?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. Once we receive a final map, then they can go ahead and submit for building permit applications for the interior.
Do they anticipate this to last into the summer?
For the record, Lucille Rayo, I don't know when they're going to start construction of the interior. The applicant, Patrick Ramey, is here. He can speak to that. Like I said, we have to wait for the final map to come before us before they can do anything.
Okay, I think maybe the last one to the legal counsel. The Board of County Commissioners already approved this phase, as you mentioned, the 2-on-1. This is just to determine whether we approve the subdivision and do different condos. But they need to do additional work to do that. That's as was just presented. I guess my question is this: I've had a problem at the beginning. Again, I love your place. God, I can't tell you, just beautiful. Want to see it developed, but I've had a problem at the beginning where we didn't require maintenance on this road when this work was being done, and that was a public comment today. And I've had some people say Tahoe Beach Club's construction hasn't caused any of the road problems. They were already there. One thing is we're going to spend $1.3 million, or the federal government is, to fix up that road. Are we going to have the same problems again if these trucks come through? And if so, can the county commission require the applicant to put the road back into the same condition it was before they started their construction.
May I speak, Commissioner Gardner?
Please.
I can answer that for the record, Lucille Rayo. There is a condition, we do condition that if there's any material damage to the roads, they have to repair, replace. It's in the staff report there. And I believe Tom Delaire has a comment, so may he speak?
This is Tom Delaire. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm not there in person today. We just got done with a class in Reno. But this project has the building permits for all of the buildings that you are hearing today. They are in one stage of the construction on that second phase on all of those buildings. Right now, is my understanding, they may start two more in this phase. I can't remember if they started them all or if there was 4 of the 6 units that were under construction. The permits that were issued as a building permit includes the finished work of each of the units. This product, or what you have before you, is going to create a condo unit that is able to be sold as real property out of each of those units within the building. So that's what you guys are hearing today. And the building permit that we issued will get, as soon as this map gets approved, will be identified in our Acela program under that new APN number that's issued. If this gets approved, then each of those inspections that are done within each of those units will be tied to that specific new APN number in our Acela and our inspection tracking software. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. The Kale Drive Road originally, I don't believe, was designed or constructed to any standard, is my understanding. There is some major drainage issues with that. There are some old utilities underneath that road back when the airport, but they were probably installed back when the airport was put in. And so those utilities are going to be also rebuilt to the new standard. And so that will happen probably as or right before phase 3 is complete. So there will be some construction traffic on the new road, but the new road will be designed to a standard that can handle that construction traffic. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yep. Okay. So I don't know if that was an answer to my question because that wasn't my purpose. You gave me an answer, and I'm hoping we both understood. Part of the developer's agreement is they have to repair the road if they cause any damage to the road. Correct? That's my concern. I understand that there's no standards on the road now. There's all kinds of potholes, but they're going to spend a lot of money to redo that area. We just want to make sure that it's not going to be damaged again. That was my concern.
Okay. So, Ms. Rao and Mr. Delaire, you finished with your presentations. You're looking for questions or concerns out of the commissioners. Commissioner Hales, you have Commissioner Noah said. I share Commissioner Tarkanian's concerns here. I've noticed that. I've been up on that road, and it's under tremendous, terrible processes right now. And I also share the concern of spending $1.4 million on this Kale Complete Street project and then having it torn up again. I do know that, or I understand that when the process was going on the Kale Complete Street project or concept, that the Tahoe Beach Club did contribute some amount of funds to assist in that project, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously, or to my feeling, not to an adequate amount that really assisted the Oliver Park GID in that road. I share those concerns as well. What method do we have of ensuring that once if we're going to we're going to start that Kale Complete Street project, and I believe, I thought that was supposed to happen early this spring, or as soon as the weather, maybe May, that allowed heavy trucks back in construction to begin. I thought there was some construction moratoriums that were in place up there that would prevent the movement of dirt, but maybe I'm mistaken on that. I see question marks on Mr. Ritchie's face.
For the record, Patrick Cates, I don't know anything about moratoriums, but we do have all the funding lined up. But what we're waiting for right now is we did get the approval in the congressional budget for this, but we're waiting for a grant from HUD to give us that final award. So we're kind of at a standstill until we secure that, at which case we would proceed with taking it out to bid.
Well, I mean, okay, so my concerns are we're going to be trying to do two things at once, right? We're going to try to be moving heavy vehicles through that corridor to construct these condos, but at the same point in time, we're going to be trying to spend $1.4 million. Actually, it's closer to $3 million, I believe. Our funding was only half of that, as I understand it. So we're going to be spending $3 million at the same time that they're trying to send trucks and heavy trucks down and construction material down through that corridor. So I don't know how that's going to work. Can you kind of give us an idea of what you envision, Mr. Dallaire?
Yes, this is Tom Dallaire for the record. The Kale Drive project, I'm not sure, I haven't seen a time schedule for that or what they're going to do and when. There's a lot of utility work that needs to be done where they're going to be tearing up the road to do that construction. They're going to do that first before they actually pave the project. And they're going to need to keep that open to the public and to the members of the beach club and also to the contractors that are building the beach club. So it is going to be a cluster for sure. Absolutely. And it's going to get worse before it gets better. But at the end of this, it'll be a brand new road and it will be able to handle the traffic that is being thrown on it at that time. But it's got to be built to that standard. And it's going to take some time to get all those utilities in order. And then on top of it, TRPA has a construction window from April 15th through October 15th that you can't move more than, I think it's 50 yards of material on a project outside of that window. So you're going to see most of the work performed on site from April 15th to October 15th, which is probably the top tourist time frame as well. So it isn't going to be a pleasant project for sure, but when it gets done, it's going to be amazing.
Thank you. And you pulled that word right out of my head. That's exactly what I was thinking when you said that. So anyways, any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Rice, do you want to chime in here? That's in your district down the street from you, basically.
It is. And I've been on top of this project since I got elected. Excuse me. I have every reason to believe that they will be able to do both things at once. And as Mr. Dallaire said, we are not allowed to move dirt up here between April and I forget when the moratorium starts again. But this is something that's going to be coordinated by the developer along with the people that get the contract to redo Kale Complete Street. And I have no reason to believe that there will be any damage to the road, because right now the road is almost impassable, although they have done quite a bit of work putting Volkswagens into the deeper holes. And that's a joke, but never mind. At any rate, this project has already been approved, and all that we are doing is allowing them to sell a couple of the condos instead of having them community.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments before we go to public comment? time to go to public comment? This is for actual possible action. Did you?
If the applicant is here, Mr. Chairman, if you would like to hear from them.
We can, I suppose. Does the commissioners have a need to hear from the applicant? Apparently, okay. Ms. Rao?
I just have one quick, I did make a mistake. I did mention to you that the condition was in this staff report. I apologize. It's in the design review. So we do condition if anything happens to the road with design review. I could read the condition if you'd like me to. Okay. All right.
I trust you. You're on the record. This is worse in court.
Okay, we'll go to public comment then on this item. Does anybody here in chambers wish to offer public comment on item number 10?
I've already written my name down. Yes, David Vogt, Vice Chair of the Oliver Park GID. David Vogt, Vice Chair of Oliver Park GID. Commissioners, Chairman, thank you for your precious insights and comments on this particular issue. We've been fighting a huge battle to get this Kale Park Drive project up and running, funded, and begun. Of course, with this winter that we've had, it's probably been put off a little bit. The last conversation I had with Megan, whose last name I don't recall, who's kind of heading all the funding, is that we're a little bit slow behind in getting all the funding paperwork together to be able to start that project. You're correct. There is some undergrounding that's needed, a lot of grading. There's going to be a lot of roads closed. There's going to be a lot of issues involved. One of the big concerns that I have in respect to the GID is that the use by the beach club is disproportionate to the rest of the GID. You're talking about 50 trucks, 100 trucks. I lived 7 years on Kale Drive and watched them driving up and down that road for a long time, and every 5 minutes there was a truck, double hauling gravel or concrete or whatever it might be. This is a disproportionate use on that road to what the residents are really doing to that road, and to suggest that it can withstand all of that. And I understand there's another phase 3 that's been proposed to suggest that that new road is going to withstand all this, including the winter scraping and everything that goes along with it, and these very, very heavy trucks that go through day by day by day, is perhaps a little wishful thinking. My concern is, our concern is like I said, this is a disproportionate use of that road, and essentially the GID is subsidizing the beach club without any more agreement or understanding how the repairs are going to be made on this road going forward. Once that new road does come in, there's going to be damage to that road. That's just what happens up here in the mountains for the summer and winter, and especially with those very large trucks going through. I watched them, like I said, for 7 years. So between the disproportionate use and the concern that we might have to subsidize this organization through the GID, we're not getting any funding through tax money, as you all know right now. We don't know when that's going to happen. We won't get any tax money from these new projects until they're built, they're approved, they're sold, and they start paying their taxes, and then it gets transferred over to us. We're really a small organization over here. We're probably 80, 90 properties, and this is a $4 million project that's up, that we finally got the money for. We're concerned because we don't want to have to try to raise more money to fix this road. I've never heard of anything in writing that suggests that the beach club is responsible for damage done to the road as a result of their trucks. My time is up. I would love to see that writing. I'd love to have that conversation with them. I would request that you do not approve this until this is all really clarified. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
This is another, Ellie Waller, for the record, this is another project I wasn't going to comment on today, but we brought forward the funding issue, the 1385 mil that the Tahoe Environmental Research Center gave a wonderful presentation on that I listened to about trying to help the GID get through this process. We're not sure when those funds are going to be brought forward. This segues into our next subject on the microtransit, which they exploited the use of this budget that's already going to be used somewhere else and paid for by somebody else. So we need to listen to the guys on the ground here. This is one of those advisory comments from the public of a person that lives there, that's gone through this. The disproportionate of this is really what needs to rise to the level of understanding why it wasn't conditioned to begin with at phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Instead of Douglas County searching for this, developers, if they can't afford to fix the roads, then shouldn't have projects approved. You know, I can bark down Moeller Lane till the cows come home. I mean, same thing. County shouldn't be paying for 2 lanes if the developer can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, do we have any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board.
Just
Commissioner
got-
Tarkanian.
I'm sorry, just got one other question. You'd offered to read that into the record. Since that was requested by the person from the GID, would you mind doing that? Can you? Thank you.
For the record, Community Development, Lucille Rayo. The condition reads, if any damage to existing roads is caused by the transporting of construction equipment or materials by the applicant or any contractor of the applicant must repair the roads to their prior condition upon notification in writing by the Community Development Department.
Okay, can I make a motion now?
Well, let's see if anybody else has any comments. Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Noasad, Commissioner Rice, any additional comments? I have no additional comments. Other than, you know, I do feel for the Oliver Park GID in this case. You know, I think they were overlooked in the whole process of RDA2 and the carve out. You know, the lines were drawn right around Oliver Park. Most of it, except for what was to later become the Tahoe Beach Club. And so that's disappointing to me, but not something this board really is responsible for or did. So I empathize with your thoughts, and that's why really I had to really decide to seek the federal assistance, if possible, to get that road completed and to at least help you out in some regards to that process, because the property taxes that are being generated at the Tahoe Beach Club, the new property taxes at the Tahoe Beach Club are designated to go over to RDA2 and the event center, and so I'm disappointed in that, but so that's why I was more inclined to do what I did with the Kale Complete Streets project. So anyways, based on that, I'll entertain a motion to.
I was going to say.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
First of all, with respect to them not getting the money from the RDA2, that was before any of us were on the board, except maybe Wes. But they're also getting $1.3 million because we worked to get that done through the federal government. And if it wasn't going to be done, we were going to pay for it through the TOT. So, I mean, we are trying to help where we can. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the land division application DP 22-0224 based on the ability to make the required findings as outlined in this staff report and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to approve the land division application DP 22-0224 as presented. Further discussion? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we have 3 items left. I know that Commissioner Tarkanian needs to leave in 30 minutes. Do you have time to listen to item number 11, or? Oh, okay, well, we're trying to. Okay, nobody needs to take a break? We'll take a break after that, hopefully, okay? For possible action, discussion to approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County acting as the Tahoe-Douglas Transportation District and the Tahoe-Douglas Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of microtransit system to facilitate transit within the Tahoe-Douglas Transportation District in the amount of $520,000 for fiscal year 2022-23, funded from the 1% transient lodging retail tax imposed by Douglas County Code Section 3.14.020B, and this will be presented by Deputy District Attorney Zach Wadley and Mr. Patrick Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. At its meeting on February 15, 2023, the board voted to approve funding the microtransit system referenced in the agenda item in the amount of $520,000 for fiscal year 2022-2023 from the transient lodging and rental tax, pending the drafting of an interlocal agreement with some additional language as directed by the board. Specifically, the board directed county staff to prepare that interlocal agreement with the approved funding with the following additional language. First, referencing language in Resolution 2023-R-037, requiring that Douglas County and TDVA collaborate to, quote, ensure the microtransit system is carried out efficiently and best serves the needs of Douglas County residents and visitors. Two, requiring the microtransit system to be expanded within Douglas County to serve areas within the county generally described as Lake Village, Kale Drive / Oliver Park, and Ponderosa Park. And three, requiring TDVA and its agent, the South Shore Transportation Management Association, to collaborate with Douglas County on the administration, operation budget, and proposed future expansion of the microtransit system. Staff did amend the interlocal agreement consistent with the board's direction. That final version of the agreement is in your board packet. The changes specifically were highlighted in yellow so you could see them easily. TDVA has approved that updated language through its legal counsel, and it's presented to you for approval. I'm available for any questions.
That's exactly the question I was going to ask, is did they approve it also?
It was approved through TDVA's legal counsel, Lou Feldman.
Okay. Commissioners, questions?
I got a question dealing with the amount of money that's in the TOT. It looks like it says it's $1,800,000. I was told it was $3 million.
I think County Manager Patrick Cates can answer that question.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the
I'm on
right page. What
721, and it just
721.
says funds available for augment after federal funds received by Kale Drive.
Okay. 721.
So, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
How much money is in the TOT fund? We were told $3 million, but
So,
is that 1.8 million after we fund the 825,000?
so the ending year balance from last year was 3.4 million. But there are current obligations out of those funds. And that would leave a total balance of 418,000. That does not include current year revenue. So this is the beginning, as of the beginning of the current fiscal year. And given that we got the federal earmark for Kale, that would mean a little less than 1.8 million available.
So we had 1.8 million available, and you say we average $1.2 million annually on this. So we basically
Yes.
have 4 million in the account, less whatever else we spend this year on road work up there. So it's 4 million, not even 3.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hales, you were involved in this. Any questions or comments? Okay. Commissioner Nosad? Commissioner Rice?
No, sir. I'm ready to make a motion.
No, you can't yet. Sorry. It's a for possible action. We have to go to public comment. Okay. I knew you would correct me if I tried to go to a motion. So anyways, at this time, we will take public comment on item number 11.
Ellie Waller, on page 724, number 3, accountability of expansion and credible source needs to be identified that by April 15th, we're getting this service into Douglas County. Who's in charge of watching how this gets done, how it gets advertised to the Douglas County residents, at what expense? I think we should be incrementally funding this 520 that you want to approve until such time that the service is provided to our people. I know that means you have to change the language again, but we really need to think about the fair share service again. Even though it's been agreed upon, I don't know how fast they can purchase another vehicle, take one offline, short serve the other constituents that they've already promised and are serving. I can't remember how many. I think we're rushing into this total amount. I'm not saying we shouldn't provide something. I'm back to what I said in previous comments. The major benefactors are putting in less than we are and getting the benefit of longer services. I don't know why we keep changing acronyms. Either we're going to call it TOT or TL, whatever, but let's be consistent on how we do our terminology. It doesn't confuse me. I've been a process person in Tahoe for a long time, so I understand most of the acronyms, but a lot of people don't, and they do need to be spelled out better for future. Let's see, I still suggest you reduce it, but that's not going to happen. And we need to know, as we go forward with this, you as a board need to keep in mind when the fiscal year is over. I've brought forward lots of other information I'm really concerned about in depth when we discussed putting somebody on the seat at SSTMA, South Shore Transportation Management Association, and uncovering some of their minutes. I mean, I think there was a little bit of arrogance in 2020 and 2021 saying they can go forward because Douglas County's going to pony up. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment here in chambers?
Jim Slade, if I'm not mistaken, all of you are Republicans and therefore should support the basic party tenets of private enterprise and small government, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening here. I support public transit in general, but this is just a glorified free taxi service, mainly for California residents traveling within California. Even if the service is expanded to the 4 small residential areas in or near state line, that would almost certainly be less than 1,000 Douglas County residents, or less than 2% of our population, and less than 5% of the South Lake Tahoe population. The Douglas County percentage of the funding should reflect that reality, and the reality that less than 1/3 of the fiscal year remains. If the large state line businesses need transit for their California-based employees, then they should provide it, as Mr. Gardner mentioned was done by several Silicon Valley companies. Californians working in our casinos and resorts benefit them, but provide very little income to our county. And the heat map that was shown for ridership, stop the timer while these guys have a conversation, because I want the commissioners and everyone else to pay attention.
I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Slade, and we'll give you an additional minute, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The heat map that was shown for the ridership failed to even show where the state border was. I believe that most of the busiest areas shown in red were actually in California, not the casino corridor, specifically in the Heavenly Village area. There's no reason that Douglas County revenues should be used for Californians to shop, go to the movies, or dine in South Lake Tahoe. The sponsors pulled a fast one on you. They received the relatively modest funding from South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, and the various other entities. And then they had the gall to come to Douglas County and tell us that we need to provide all the rest of the funding, which conveniently was the maximum what we can contribute, or that the project will fail. That was absurd and insulting, and you should have seen through it. Commissioner Noasad was on the right track in recommending $50,000, $60,000 to $100,000 for the rest of this fiscal year. Then tell SSTMA that they need to go back to South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, the casinos and other entities that primarily benefit from the microtransit, and inform them that they need to contribute more to keep the system running into July. Any cost-benefit analysis would show that we are shouldering far too much of the cost, approximately 36% this year, with far too little benefit, maybe at most 5%. There are other worthwhile projects that funding could be used for that would benefit Douglas County residents more. Mr. Rice, on the microtransit you stated, quote, "A prior board did obligate the future payment of 0.5%," unquote. That was a false statement, and you know it was. Were you trying to misinform the other commissioners and the public, or merely trying to fund this service for the benefit of the casinos and other special interests who have contributed to so much to your campaigns in the past? Every other commissioner knew and stated that the funding requirement was up to 0.5%, anything from $1 to $600,000. You should apologize for your knowingly false statement again. The board needs to seriously reevaluate its contribution here and reduce it today to reflect the small benefit that our residents will see from this project this year and the less than 4 months left in this fiscal year. To do anything else would be fiscally unresponsible and way overly generous to the Californians who are the primary users and beneficiaries of this microtransit this year.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. And did I accommodate all your comments by the additional minute? I think we got it all in, right? Okay. Once again, I apologize to you for interrupting you. Is there any other additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Mr. Johnson, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for further comments, questions, observations, or a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Just a minute, I got the floor.
Mr. Noasad had the floor first, Mr. Rice, so we'll listen to that.
Okay. When we addressed this last time, I broke it down by population of the area that would be served by the microtransit, and it ends up being around 5% of the total, which would be $60,000. To pay any more than that would be actually irresponsible, because at the end of this fiscal year, they're going to come back to us with their hand out for more money. I get a feeling that this is close to what might have happened at the beginning of the VHR episode.
Commissioners, any other comment? Okay. Mr. Rice, now, do you wish to make a comment?
I do, sir. I move that we approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County, acting as the Douglas County Transportation District, and the Douglas County Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of a microtransit system to facilitate transit within the Tahoe-Douglas Transportation District in the amount of $520,000 for fiscal year 2022-23, funded from the 1% transient lodging rental tax imposed under Douglas County Code Section 3.14.020 subsection B.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales, to approve the interlocal agreement between Douglas County, acting as the Douglas County, Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority as presented to the amount of $520,000 for fiscal year 2022-23. Any additional comments? I have one additional comment.
I'm going to state why I'm voting. Do you want me to do it before or after the vote?
I think you should state it while, before the motion, we vote, yes.
All right, I'm going to vote yes on it, and I'm going to say I do agree with some of the things that has been presented, but I disagree with some of the other things. First of all, there's a few items that would go down. The total cost was $1,440,000 for the entire year. We haven't paid anything while the other people have. So when you say we're paying the full amount the last 4 months, you got to look at the full year of expenses, and we're paying a little bit over 33%, right? 520 to 1440, about 33%, 35 maybe. Okay, second thing is you can't say that Douglas County's benefits are only based upon the ridership of the people from Douglas County, because if you bring in Californians to the casinos, to the businesses, to restaurants here in Nevada, then we get the sales tax, we get the benefits from that. The problem I had, and I made those questions to the presenter, is we don't really know where they're coming and going and pickups and drop-offs. We should know that, because if they are, as I don't know if it was Ms. Swaller or Mr. Slade said, they're actually going most of them are going to the ski resort in Heavenly, then we get no benefit. And then there's a very serious problem with that. So I don't have all the numbers for that, but this is why I think there's an urgency on it. There needs to be a funding for it. The project needs to be moving forward when the event center gets done. Most of the future funding from Douglas County is going to come from the event center. That's already part of the ticket cost that was part of the agreement. So it's not going to be an annual thing when you keep saying, well, they're going to come with their hands out next year. We're going to have to put all this money in. Most of it's already coming from the ticket sales, or should be from the ticket sales of the event center. And you want that project going on so at least some people can be dropped off and picked up there so you don't have that traffic there. For those reasons, I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hales, you had
I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian. And I'll also add, I specifically asked about that heat map and that red, and they told me that was the casino core in Nevada. So I'll follow up on that point because it's an important point.
And I am going to follow that vote as well, reluctantly. I have some reservations as well. If it hadn't been for these inclusions of these clauses suggested by Commissioner Hales at the last meeting, I don't know that I could have gotten up to this amount. But I want to make sure that this does benefit the residents of Douglas County. And so I'm betting on the come, really. I want to see the ridership between April and June 30th. I think that's an important number to look at, and I would hope that they would be able to provide us those numbers to see where, as they expand into Douglas County, whether or not our residents are actually benefiting and using the service. Because if they're not using the service, then I'm not sure that I want to continue to do this type of funding, because I think it's too much in my mind for that. But I'm gonna join you guys and vote in the affirmative based on betting on the come. Basically, I'm gonna give it a shot. Commissioner Seth?
As I said, $600,000 divided over 35% or 40%, it's not fair. It's fair to get the money from us that we can say, okay, we get benefit of 35%, you get benefit of 35% of what you're asking for. And I guess you probably know what I'm going to vote.
Okay, so we've all voiced our opinions, so I will at this time call for a vote to approve the interlocal agreement between Douglas County and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority to fund microtransit as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. No. Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Rice? Oh, no.
No,
Sorry, Commissioner Tarkanian,
Yeah.
I know you need to leave.
I just want to say, yeah, I need to leave because it's my daughter's, my twin's 18th birthday, and we're going to dinner. We couldn't move it back because my son has a medical appointment in Las Vegas from some issues that he had when he was a child, and we have to catch the plane out. So I know some of you are going to say, well, you should have made a later flight. Well, we're doing the best we can juggling it. I will tell you this, my two daughters are going to be 18. It's a very, very special day, and I am going to be there for them, and I'm sorry I have to leave. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, you have no need to apologize to this board. That certainly takes precedence, and I would ask you to please pass along our happy birthday wishes to Ashley and Ava. Okay? Thank you. Enjoy your flight. Make sure you're safe. Okay? Don't rush. Don't rush and get in an accident, please. Okay? Okay. Well, we have 2 items left. Do we need to take a quick break here for?
I do.
Okay. Okay, it's 4:29. Can we return at 20 till 5, right? And hopefully we can get the rest of these items whipped out.
Recording in progress.
Commissioners, if I could get you to resume your seats. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay. It's 4:40, and so, and we have four commissioners resuming the meeting. Commissioner Tarkanian had to leave on personal business. So anyways, at this time, we'll go into item 12. We have these last two items and then closing public comment. So at this time, we'll go into item 12 for possible action. Discussion and direction to staff regarding 2023 session of the Nevada Legislature, including bill draft requests or other legislative matters that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to take a position in support or opposition on pending legislation, including AB 52, open meeting law, SB 64, appointments to the school board, SB 102, funding for water resource plans, or other bills included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker report included with the board packet being presented by our county manager, Patrick Cates. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the legislature continues. There has been about 470 some odd bills that have been introduced so far. So we're roughly halfway there in the number of bills that we're going to see. We're currently tracking about 160 or so of those bills. So we're very busy working with our lobbyists and our partners in other counties, keeping track of what's going on at the big house in Carson City. Why is this not going forward?
Generally, we've referred to the big house as not necessarily that house, but...
That was intentional, sir.
Need to add some levity into this thing, right, every once in a while, right?
Little dry humor, just make sure people are paying attention. What am I doing wrong here? Why isn't this forwarding?
Miss Marcia's on her way. Don't leave, Miss Waller. We need public comment.
And this is the...
Yeah, that's in slideshow. Let's see if it works in that. Just click on that.
This one?
Let's click on that.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Let's try
escape.
it again.
That's in. Share. We can go there. Slideshow. From the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's try that.
Okay. Thank you, Marcia. Okay, so just to review the legislative calendar briefly, I think the big deadlines that are coming up, March 20th is the deadline for legislator bill introductions. So that's coming up in a couple of weeks. So we'll see a slew of bills between now and then. And then the following week, March 27th, those are other bill introductions. So those would be bills that are introduced by committees. So we're cruising along on that path. Our legislative priorities, AB 68, that's the China Spring funding formula bill, our only bill. I have no updates on this. I reported last time it had its introductory hearing on February 14th, and nothing further has been scheduled on that. Likewise, the China Spring budget, nothing has yet been scheduled on that. I don't anticipate that for probably a few more weeks, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Mr. Cates, back, yeah,
sir.
and so to our good fortune, I guess, our new Assemblyman, Ken Gray, does serve on the Assembly Judiciary Committee, so that hopefully can help us there on that AB 68.
Oh, yes, very good.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It will be, and he did have some questions during the hearing, and it will be scheduled for a workshop where they will vote on it. There were no objections to the bill, a lot of support from the other counties, so I don't expect anybody to want to amend the bill or anything like that. So we're just waiting for that to get scheduled. And it may take a while because they've got to get all these other bills introduced in the next few weeks, but again, we'll keep an eye out for that. Updates on priority bills, that you've already taken some positions on. There hasn't been a lot of movement, but we've had some hearings. AB 47, that's the off-highway vehicle bill sponsored by NACO. That was heard on the 16th of last month, the same day as our last meeting in Assembly Growth and Infrastructure. Seemed to be a good hearing, nobody in opposition, lots of positive comments. I would say most of the time was taking up explaining to some commissioners what an OHV trail is versus a walking path or bicycle path, that kind of thing. But it seemed like it went fine. I don't expect any big changes out of that. Next bill, another NACO bill that this board voted to support, SB 20. This is the bill that addresses filling a vacancy on a board of county commissioners, allowing a mechanism for county commissions to decide how that's going to be done through ordinance. That was an interesting hearing in Senate Government Affairs on the 22nd of last month. I think the bill, I would say it was well received, but there were a lot of concerns that it was overly broad. That it didn't have any parameters with how commissions could do that, and there were some concerns, particularly Senator Gogachia talked about very small rural counties that only have 3 commissioners, and ways that might be gamed or not done properly. So I expect through workshopping that there may be some changes to that language that give some parameters of how county commissioners could do that. But nobody seemed really opposed to the bill in concept. Next bill, SB 21, that's the one that raises the population caps, NACO bill. That was heard in Government Affairs, Senate Government Affairs on the same day. That was well received. Really the only substantive conversation was about whether the 52K population cap was the right number, and I believe this board discussed that as well. Elko County is already over that cap. The NACO executive director testified that Elko County was good with this language, but there was some concern about that. So I think they're probably going to go back and review that and just make sure they're not.
So what was your take on that one, if you don't mind sharing? Is 52 a good enough cap? I mean, we're looking 10 years out, well, not 10 years out, we're looking 7 years out for the new census, and we're at 49.9 now. Is 52 going to be enough protection for Douglas County?
Not estimates, so it's based on the last census. So that wouldn't change again until the next census. So they would have to change law again if we exceeded those caps after the next census. Anything in between those 2-year periods are just estimates from the state demographer, and that they don't base the laws on those estimates.
I guess that was my point, is that in 7 years, when we do a new census, we may be over that 52K cap, and then that may trigger another move by the state legislature to expand that parameter, right?
Correct. Yes, they do periodically update those to reflect growth in rural counties. SB 22, public notice. This was the requirements for publication of legal and public notices. It allowed for electronic notice. It doesn't prevent, or it doesn't say you don't have to print in a paper of local circulation. It just says you can use an electronic notice. If the timeline doesn't work because a paper is only produced so often. It had a pretty good hearing. There was support for the bill. However, I just drew a blank, but the Press Association, yes, the Nevada Press Association, testified in opposition to this language. And I know the executive director of NACO expressed a little frustration because he'd been engaging with them since last fall on this language. And I'm not sure where that's going to go, but hopefully they're working on that right now, and it'll come back for workshop, presumably. But they were the only ones that spoke in opposition. Next bill, SB 81. This is the one bill that the board so far has taken a position to oppose. This is Senator Daley's bill regarding regional planning. It's very specific to Douglas, Carson City, Lyon County, and Story County, and Washoe County. This hearing was interesting. There were a lot of testimony from those 5 counties, including myself. I testified. County managers, some county commissioners testified, as well as NACO, testified in opposition to this bill. There was nobody who spoke in support of this bill. In fact, it was the chairman of this committee actually made the comment that he had never seen Senator Daley's bill have any support from anybody when it comes to his committee. So they all had a little chuckle over that. Everybody talked about all the examples of how we collaborate and how this legislation is not needed. Senator Daley's comments at the end were basically, well, if everything's hunky-dory, nothing's wrong, then why are there problems? He didn't clearly define what those problems were, but I don't know. We'll see where this goes. People are continuing to talk. I don't know if this, I don't know where this bill goes, but it didn't have a very good hearing. So we'll see what happens next. And that was just yesterday, as a matter of fact. All the other bills that you've taken position on haven't moved. They haven't had any hearings yet. So that is all of the existing legislation I wanted to talk about. Now I want to talk about 3 bills that are listed in the agenda that this board may want to consider taking a position on. One of them, hang on here, let me log back into this. Okay. So one of them is AB 52. This deals with the open meeting law. This is a bill sponsored by the Attorney General. I think this is generally a good bill. I know Mr. Ritchie sits on the committee that makes recommendations for the open meeting law, and my understanding is this bill is developed with that input. It does multiple things, clarifying things I think are generally good. It provides a clearer definition of a public meeting, talks about deliberations, and it's basically aimed at well, like we talked about having breakfasts, instances where a majority of commissioners may come together, but if they're not deliberating, not talking business, that's not really a public meeting. And again, if Doug can jump in and correct me if I misstate anything, because he's far more expert on this issue than I am. It also deals with vacancies and quorums. So basically, if you have a vacancy on a board, that vacancy doesn't have to count to making your quorum. So for instance, we have if you have a 7-member board and your normal quorum would be 4 for a board of 7. If you had 2 vacancies, that means you would only need 3 to have a quorum. So you don't count the vacancies. Make some conforming changes for remote technology. That was I believe that was the last legislative session where they made some changes to open meeting law, allowing for basically Zoom meetings and that sort of thing. So they made some conforming changes for that. Also add some changes for methods of notice to allow electronic notice. And it changed some noticing requirements for boards to take action against persons. That would be, like an evaluation of the county manager, things like that. That's kind of the gist of it. I don't know, Mr. Ritchie, if you want to add anything to that. I think it's generally a good bill, clarifies things, makes some fairly modest changes to the law. And I'd recommend the board consider supporting this bill. Any questions on that before I move on? Okay, next bill is a little different. This is SB 64. This is a board related to schools. Now, typically, county commissions don't have anything to do with school districts or school boards. They have their own authority under statute, and county commissions don't typically have any authority over over school boards and school districts. This bill does a few different things. It's from the Lieutenant Governor, but what impacts us is it makes some changes to School Board of Trustees, including that a member be appointed by a board of county commissioners, and in larger counties, there was even some language about cities as well, and that appointed person would serve as the president of the school board. I don't know how this commission feels about that, but to me, this is not staying in our lane, and why the Board of County Commissioners would get involved with the school board is beyond me. So I think you might want to consider opposing this bill.
Mr. Cates,
any questions on that?
I didn't realize that Mr. Stavros Anthony was bringing this one forward. I'm really kind of disappointed in that, and if I had known that, I would have had a little chat with him when I visited with him last Thursday night. But anyways, yeah, we can talk about that at the end. But yeah, I'm surprised that Lieutenant Governor would bring this forward. So
yes. I did fail to mention this whole agenda item starts on page 733 in your agenda packet, and there's copies of these three bills in there for your reference. Next bill, SB 102. This is a water bill. This is sponsored by Senator Goycochea. This makes appropriations for grants for the development and maintenance of water resource plans. I think this is a really good bill. There was legislation 2 sessions ago that required local governments, counties and cities to develop water resource plans. There is a deadline. I forgot to check that, but there's a deadline a few years in the future when we have to have these water resource plans completed. And no appropriations was made at that time for counties to implement those plans. So this would provide some funding. I believe it was $1 million appropriation that counties could then apply to the state to get a grant to help them complete those plans. This speaks to the unfunded mandates that we've talked about, we're always concerned about. I think Senator Goycochea is trying to correct that. Obviously, he's a senator that represents a lot of rural Nevada, and rural counties don't have a lot of resources. So I think this is a very good bill, and we're supporting. Those are the only 3 bills that I wanted to highlight and ask that you may consider taking a position on. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about any other thing else you're interested in related to the legislature. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions of Mr. Cates? No. Commissioner Rice, any questions of Mr. Cates?
No, sir. As luck would have it, I was at the legislative update that we had by phone or by Zoom last week, and very thorough job that they do. I believe you were on the call at the same time.
Yes, we were.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, we participated in that. That was the legislative coalition of the 3 counties.
Yes.
I also just so you're aware, I participate in those meetings, and I also participate in the NACO Legislative Committee as well. They generally occur on the same day. So by the end of Friday, I got a really good download on all the bills.
Fortunately, they're pretty much concurrence, right? I mean, in regards to their feelings in regards to the bills, not the meetings are concurrent, but there's a lot of concurrence between NACO and what we're looking at as well as a county.
Yeah, for the record, Patrick Cates, I think obviously we participate in NACO. You're on the NACO board. I think there's a lot of collaboration. There's not a lot of daylight. I think where there can be some differences is when NACO's board is divided on issues. So if there's some legislation that maybe Clark and Washoe feel differently about rurals, it's really hard for NACO to take a position on that. Whereas the coalition that we work with our 3 counties, we can address things more specific and germane to us, like SB 81.
Well, I can personally attest to the fact that I appreciate your activities on that, and also your activities at the state legislature in regards to advocating on behalf of Douglas County on the different bills that have chosen to support or oppose. So if there's no further questions, we'll go to public comment on this. Public comment here in chambers? Anybody in chambers? Okay. Just on this item, Mr. Slade, yes.
James McCullough for the record. I thought SB 64 was one that we would oppose. Wasn't that the one about appointing the school board? Did I get that wrong?
I think this slide is wrong. Yeah, the next slide is wrong.
But I
Yeah.
have it right.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Good observation. Thank you. Yes. Good observation. Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Okay. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes, by the way. So thank you for not doing that. Since no other further public comment here in chambers on this item, Ms. Marcia Johnson, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. In my participation in both NACO and on the Three County Coalition, we're pretty much in concert on all of this. SB 64, I have to indicate that personally, I have a real problem with this. Us taking a part in our school district that has elected 7 members of our community to participate in that, and for us to take a role in that and appoint one of those 7 members, or perhaps even another member, and them to serve as president of that seems to be way beyond our jurisdiction. And so I strongly suggest that we take a look at opposing that particular bill. But I concur with the other providing support of both AB 52 and SB 102 as well. So I accept the county manager's recommendations in that regard, and I'll listen to other commissioners.
I'm ready with the motion.
Okay, I just want to make sure Mr. Rice didn't want to chime in. So Commissioner Rice, was there anything else you wanted to say on this before we go to a motion?
No, sir. I concur.
Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner Nosad? No. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Hales?
I move that we support AB 52 and SB 102 and vehemently oppose SB 64.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Nosad to support AB 52, SB 102, and vehemently oppose SB 64. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cates, and we look forward to hearing back from you in a couple of weeks on more bills. Too bad we can't cut them off at where they are now, right? So June 6th, what is it, June 6th? Final day? Yeah, can't come soon enough. So just a personal comment there. Anyways, okay, very good. Thank you very much once again. We'll go into item number 13 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion on a future board item. We'll start with Mr. Rice. You want to go first on today?
Yes, sir. I'll go first. I have nothing.
Okay, that was simple. Commissioner Hales, anything?
Yes, I attended a Carson Valley Arts Council meeting. They are having an adventure film festival tomorrow. Here's an article if you want to come get it. We've been every year they've had it, and it's fantastic. There will be a concert on March 10th. I have flyers, highly recommend. Also a concert on April 14th. I will also mention that they will know in May if they receive a grant for architectural drawings. They're hopeful, and that would be a big step forward towards their goal of a fixed-seat auditorium. And that's important. I also wanted to mention that earlier in February, I went to a certified public official training. I am a certified public official based on my school board service, but I wanted to get some training on some specific things, and it was helpful. And just, it was sponsored in part by NACO and some other organizations. But there was one little nugget I wanted to share about that, which was, they said putting tons of information out does not equate to transparency. Because sometimes so much information is it may be in there, but it doesn't really help the public get to what they need to know. And so to be accessible, it needs to be somewhat clear and concise and summarized. And I think I've seen a lot of examples of that in my work as a commissioner, but I think it's also a good thing to keep in mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Hales. I think it's been over a year that we've had actually a report from the Carson Valley Arts Council, so we appreciate that. Commissioner Noasad, anything to report? Wow, okay. So I have a couple of things that I wanted to report on. Number one, it was stated earlier in opening public comment by a previous commissioner that there was no benefit to the National Association of Counties and our activity with that, and I would suggest otherwise. The issues that come before this commission are by and large nonpartisan issues. They're not Republican, they're not Democrat, they're not independent, they're not nonpartisan. They are just issues that affect our county, and it's always important for us to have advocacy before our elected officials at the federal level in order to advocate on behalf of activities within our county. So when I mentioned that, for instance, we had an opportunity to meet with Senator Rosen and Senator Masto, the two issues that were high on my priority list in talking with them were, number one, wildfire mitigation and the federal response to wildfires. That is a nonpartisan issue. Okay, it's an issue that affects our county and needs to be addressed. And the lack of federal resources, both in manpower, both in fire response, and both in equipment, surely could have mitigated the damages that Douglas County incurred due to the Tamarack fire and the removal of all the possessions of 12 families in this county. So I thought that was an important thing to advocate directly in front of those U.S. senators for, okay? So trust me, it was not a party. It was money well spent, and it certainly wasn't to the tune of $10,000 it was earlier stated. Secondly, we talked about the wild horse issue. Now, there are areas within our county, areas within our state, that there is a tremendous wild horse issue. They're damaging the landscape where there is forage for cows and cattle and other animals to take place. And so they are having, and I have to talk and commiserate with the president of the Nevada Association of Counties, who happens to be the chairman of the Lincoln County Board of Commissioners, where they have a tremendous overpopulation, over 700 horses in that area, that county, that are affecting their and I think that BLM needs to demonstrate a help in that area, but not necessarily in Douglas County. And so that's what I advocated for as well. In addition to that, it's very nice that Congressman Amodei would accommodate me at the end of, well, not at the end of March because we have budget meetings, but the first couple of weeks of April, he's going to accommodate a personal meeting between himself and myself and Mary Siafi in regards to the Pine Nut Wild Horse Association, so that he can, and BLM, so that we can further discuss the activities of BLM in regards to the wild horse program here in Douglas County that's very well regulated. So while it may seem that otherwise, it's often said by commissioners and staff at the National Association of Counties that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu. And I want to make sure we're not on the menu. Okay, so period. Thank you. And then I said here, I have an item here, and it says here, the last item on this particular item, it says for any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future board agenda item. So I will be the first to take advantage of that. And I would suggest that Mr. Cates put an item on our next agenda for the appointment of one of the commissioners to be the liaison with the South Shore Microtransit Organization. Okay, so concurrence by the rest of my commissioners on that? Okay, good. Okay, did we do that correctly, Mr. Ritchie? Okay, wanted to make sure we're completely kosher and open meeting law. Okay, so, okay, any other commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner Hales?
I meant to, and I forgot because I was trying to rush, to credit a member of the public for several of the suggestions on norms and procedures that I made, and that is Virginia Sterrett sent us a long list and more than we could use today, but I really appreciated the ones that I did use.
I concur. The English teacher, professor comes out in her and that, and I indicated to her in a private comment that we're not looking to get an A on this paper. Okay. At best, we're probably going to get a D. Okay, but at least maybe something that's understandable and we can concur on. Okay, so I agree with you, and thank you for making attention to that. So at this time then, without further comments from the commissioners, we'll go to closing public comment, entertain public comment at this time. And we do read your public comment also on supplemental, so.
Ellie Waller, thank you. And I'm not here to apologize for the length of my comments. I started at 25 pages on the Tahoe Prosperity Center. I'm looking forward to an update from Commissioner Rice when another Catalyst meeting. I wasn't sure who was assigned from Douglas County as part of the playbook. My opinion, the playbook right now is North Tahoe Truckee-centric. It does not include a whole lot of data except maybe some census tract information from Douglas County. I think there was a resounding message today that transparency is crucial, period. We've had two recent examples of incorrect information, which begs back to transparency, where votes might have been different if all the information that was brought forward was clear. And I was just a little discouraged to listen to we can't always consume all the information, but we really need to have it correct up front on votes, especially related to funding. I'll get back to the transparency issue. Envision Tahoe is an initiative, the Tahoe Prosperity Center, which serves as the community and economic development agency coordinating regional action in this basin. I was not aware that TRPA has forfeited their regional efforts, and not sure who anointed the Prosperity Center. Integrated communication strategies was selected to provide research analysis, stakeholder engagement, project management, and authorship of Envision Tahoe. That was a little misstated today as well. I'm not sure I'm happy with the PR firm that was a bunch of people that got together in 2016 out of the Sacramento region to lead a rural analysis, even though Tahoe has many designations now. They have a Tahoe Metropolitan Organization for Transportation. They have urban boundaries, they have rural boundaries, they have stream environment zones. So there's lots of issues I don't believe are being covered, and I'm looking forward to when the Prosperity Center comes back, the microtransit, that we are very clear in studying their funding requests on behalf of fair share to Douglas County taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. Members of the public are often berated, sometimes even interrupted, when their comments stray too far from the clear and complete topic of an agenda item under consideration. And I certainly believe that speakers should limit their comments to addressing the agenda item. Enforcing that policy is generally considered to be the province of the chairman or the deputy DA in attendance, as it can be an open meeting violation. What rules are applied to the public, however, should certainly apply to everyone, including any applicants and their presenters. In that vein, I would like to bring your attention to an agenda item at the last meeting on funding microtransit. In Lou Feldman's lengthy presentation, the vast majority of his PowerPoint and comments involved the progress of the event center, which, needless to say, was not on the agenda. He talked about, among other things, columns, high-gloss concrete floor, meeting rooms, seats, ice floor chiller, switch gear equipment, rock fascia, bookings, naming rights, skyboxes, attendance. Needless to say, none of that had anything to do with microtransit, and it should have been stopped by the chairman or the deputy DA when he started on his more than 10-minute diatribe about the progress on the event center. On a different topic, on the ceremonial presentation earlier today, most of the supporting speakers did not identify themselves for the record, either by name or position, as they should have, for the record. Now, all of you, and some members of the public, including me, recognize them, know their names and their positions, but many members of the public do not. And more importantly, for the record itself, the chairman should make sure that everyone identifies themselves and their position. Judges, sheriff, everybody. Back to the heat map provided by SSTMA, they should have had the state border on there. They did not. They toggled back and forth and gave their estimation of where perhaps that line was. And I'm not saying that they were purposely misleading anybody, but they did have a financial incentive to draw the line as far to the west as they could. Zach Wadley and I toggled back and forth a dozen times sitting out in the hallway here today, and we determined that only a very tiny bit, the smallest tip of that bright red area, is the casino corridor, and that the vast majority of the red area, and I would ask your GIS to investigate this, most of the rest of it is all the rest of it is in California and should have been considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. Bring it back to the board, and I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Hopefully we can get shorter on these things, huh?